And happy Saturday to you. Welcome to the NBA2K22 PlayStation Tournament. It's Win the Court exclusive to PlayStation 4. Scott Cole along with Nate Patrick. We've had an incredible start to NBA2K22. Ever since Shakedown and Cam Reddish announced this tournament back on October 6th. And we've come to the grand finals. Only 8 remaining, Nate, to work their way through this bracket.
And so much on the line as well. So early on in NBA 2K22, there's some VC to be won. There's prestige, custom court, plenty of things on the line. And of course, we're going to discover, I guess, the new meta along the way.
Yeah, we're going to figure out what teams are going to be using. I got a feeling we're going to see the Lakers. That is almost a guarantee. But the question is, will we see some other teams maybe show up here in this tournament? As I mentioned, the format, we've gone all the way down to only 8 players. We started with the open tournament. By the way, if you played in this thing, you can download your custom PlayStation court now. This will be double elimination. We'll have an upper and lower bracket. But you want to make it all the way to the finals here, Nate, without losing a game. That gives you the best chance, because when you get to the final in the bracket, you got to be beat twice.
And at least you've got a second chance, I guess, in some of these competitions. It is one and done. But as you'll see here, with some buys, we've got some competitors already through.
Yeah, we'll open up with Dorita versus Jarice. But yeah, Don and K Sippy are already sitting in the semis. And that's worth something, right? You forget about that first round game. You've already moved on, a little bit of pressure relieved. But you can see if you lose, you'll be heading down to that lower bracket, into the lower semis. And I tell you what, that prize pool, you mentioned it, the Cam Reddish custom court. Our guy Cam Reddish is also putting a signed Cam Reddish jersey to the winner. But look at that. I mean, I'm not talking a little bit of VC. I'm talking about a ton of VC. And I can tell you, if you got my team, if you got my player, I can think of a few things to do with all this VC.
That's a game changer this early on in 2K22. It's only been out a month or so. Like you said, if that was us, we'd be in there making some new builds, opening some packs. But it's not us. These competitors, I'm sure, will be spending it much more wisely.
I tell you what, I love these tournaments, bringing gamers together so they can play, learn from each other, and of course, compete. And you can do that at compete.playstation.com. Not only NBA 2K22, I mean, there's a cornucopia of games out there that you can access and be a part of these great PlayStation tournaments. And of course, we told you, we're talking about Shake, we're talking about Cam Reddish, some of the folks that have been talking up this tournament since the beginning. And I tell you what, Nate, I'm interested to see, are we going to finally see what the meta is over here on PlayStation 4? I've been stuck on next gen, and I can't wait to see what these guys are doing on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, different consoles will play slightly differently. And you and I were here not quite this time last year, but on the previous iteration of 2K, we saw a lot of ISO ball. Everyone was just give it to Giannis, drive inside, get it done in the paint. We're expecting a little more open, some pick and pops maybe on the three-point line. Certainly a greater variety in the meta this early on in this game.
Well, let's bring in Shakedown. He's got a little more viewers than I do, 1.3 million out on YouTube. That's just a little bit, Shake. We talked about this tournament all the way back at the beginning of October when 2K22 dropped. What are you expecting us to see? Because we're very early in the iteration of the game.
Oh, man, I'm excited just like you are. I'm kind of wondering what these guys are going to bring to the table, because today's the day. It's time to see who wins the court. There's a lot of VC on the line. As you mentioned, there's an autographed jersey from Cam Reddish. So I'm interested in seeing what kind of strategies these guys are going to bring for today's tournament as well.
We talked about Shake. We're going to see the Lakers. That we know. But the question is what team out there? Is there a secret team that maybe comes with some defense to be able to match up with these old guys from LA?
I got 2 teams. I would say the Bucks for sure, number 1. And definitely don't sleep on the Clippers, because you can rotate Kawhi Leonard and put him on anybody and pretty much shut them down for the game.
Well, Cam Reddish is not with us live here today. He's preparing for the NBA season. They open up with the Mavericks at home just a few days from now. We can't wait, but Cam Reddish had a message to our competitors here today.
What's good, everybody? Congratulations on making it to the finals. Good luck today. I cannot wait to find out who the winner of my court will be. Also, huge shout out to everyone who was registered and played in the tournament. Good luck, and I can't wait to see some amazing plays.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about how we're going to handle Luka Doncic in a few days for the Atlanta Hawks. He was a beast in college. I called a few of his games, and I think he's going to be a beast in the NBA. And appreciate Cam Reddish putting this all together with his custom court and the signed jersey going to the winner. That'll be a special memory for whoever takes home the grand final. Hey, we're getting close to this opening matchup. There's some names in here. That's the cool thing I like, Nate, is you start off, you maybe don't, maybe these aren't household names yet, but by the end of the day, you're like, oh my goodness, this player was, the cream of the crop.
I'm excited for how much we're going to learn. We've spoken about the meta and how that will develop even as today unfolds. But what about these competitors? Someone's going to walk away. 450,000 VC, a custom court-signed jersey. You know that Cam Reddish is watching. If it's not live, he'll be watching it back, being like, who's that guy that got my court? Again, I hooked a brother up. Somebody's in there. What's his name? And maybe he'll be following your Twitch streams or something from that point on.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Maybe you could, can you sign your white button down? Maybe send that along. That'll be a, extra prize out there. Let's get to meet our opening competitors. We got Dorita20 taking on Ja Reese. And of course, Dorita, potentially coming out with the Brooklyn Nets. They got some firepower. He's 18 years old. And I tell you what, anytime you can put that big three out on the court, we're talking about Kevin Durant, he's 7-0 coming up to this point. I tell you what, Shake, I don't know if we're going to see the big three this year IRL, but we might see them today.
Absolutely. And what I really want to know is what kind of strategy are these guys bringing to the table? Are they going to be doing some of the things that I put out in my tips video? I want to see some plays being run, some picks and some screens. Or are we going to see a West Coast offense where people are just rushing up and down the court, throwing long bombs and scoring really quickly?
And on the other side, you got Ja Reese. He's going to bring out the Warriors, we think. He did lose a game, but throw out the record books. It doesn't matter to this point because it's double elimination the rest of the way. We might have the Splash Brothers off the rip here, Nate.
Wouldn't that be nice? We're all, of course, just chomping at the bit, ready to see Clay back in the NBA. But that's what we love about 2K. You get to see your favorite players on the court anytime.
Yeah, if this is the matchup, Shake, I'm talking about Warriors-Nets. The three ball is going to be huge in this opening matchup.
It's going to be crazy. If it was me, I would take as much advantage as I could with Steph Curry. I would be trying to rain threes with him all day. And then when he start trying to double team you, you got Klay Thompson. He's going to be wide open as well. So there's a lot to choose utilizing the Golden State Warriors. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, the X factor might be what kind of game can you get from some of these bigs on both of these sides. James Wiseman just getting a little bit better year after year. We're just moments away from this opening game. Any thoughts, Shake, on what the strategy you might see? I mean, 3 and D seems to be always popular in these tournaments, but we end up seeing a little wrinkle every once in a while.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I don't know. I'm excited just like you are to see what these guys are going to do, especially with the Brooklyn Nets. It seems like you have so much firepower, you can almost do whatever you want to do. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys actually match up and play defense and actually strategize by, making some adjustments.
Yeah, because there is some differences between the next gen and current gen. We're exclusive to PlayStation 4 today. And we are getting ready. And Nate, you know this screen all too well. We've done a ton of these tournaments. It's time to get in there and set the strategies. This is everything.
Look, and this is where the Twitch chat and the comments on social media are flying. Like, can't you get them to take their time? I want to set my team up the exact same way. These competitors, even within a month or so of 2K22, have got this down pat. They know exactly what we want. We'll try and keep up and explain as we go.
How much time do you spend on this screen, Shake, when you're getting ready for these games, whether it's my team or quick match? You got to set up especially the defensive settings is everything. Of course, the playbooks. Nobody uses the team's default playbook.
No. And for me, it's all about knowing exactly who to shut down and you have to rotate the right defenders. It's about matchups. Basketball is all about matchups. You got to expose those matchups. You got to make the right defensive adjustments before every game. I know when I'm playing in these type of matchups or in these kind of tournaments, I know it's the moment I see the Brooklyn Nets, I know what people are going to try to do. If I see the Lakers, I know what people are going to try to do. At least I have it in my head. So you got to make those proper defensive adjustments right away.
Well, here we go. We're tipping off the win the court. So much VC up for grabs, and it will be Brooklyn taking it first.
Ooh.
And we got a quick foul here. Dorita, just a reminder, he is Brooklyn. And on the other side, Jarice will be Golden State, and probably a quick foul or quick timeout here. It is a timeout to Golden State because there's even more setups.
That's right. You want to win.
And some of that's the matchups, right? You don't know what the guy is going to do on the other side. You know, your competitor, what is he going to throw out there? Get all these matchups set up, because that's one thing that will bite you, Shake, is if you right off the rip, because of your settings, you don't have the right matchups and you create a mismatch just from maybe being a bit lackadaisical in your setup.
You can also tell how well people play and how good they are at the game just by the length of time that it takes for them to set everything up. It's kind of like setting up a chessboard.
Big shout out to those out there hanging out in the chat. As we get this one started, Dorita, he is the Brooklyn Nets, Jarice is the Warriors, and Kevin Durant, I assume he's going to score in buckets.
That's tough to see, too. Kevin Durant playing for the Brooklyn Nets against the Golden State Warriors. There's some drama there already.
I will always see him as a supersonic. Maybe that's just me.
Hey, Seattle, come back to us sooner rather than later, please.
Hey, they just got an NHL team. I mean, you know, slowly putting the pieces back together.
Oh.
And Dorita with Durant got caught in the paint. The resurgence of Blake Griffin. And the shot on the baseline's good. Kyrie playing out of the corner.
I'm looking to see some isolation with Kyrie real soon.
Back to Curry. One of the few players that Curry slide.
Oh,
it can be devastating. And there's Klay Thompson
with a hand in his face. Said it was wide open.
Tell you what, we missed him.
Yeah.
Never want to see anybody get hurt, but man, he's been through it. As a steal there by Jarice. Skips it across, and they'll reset it up with Curry. Steph, I don't think Harris can stay with him.
Woo. When you see that animation, you know the shot's going in.
Yeah, that's the next level when you talk about Curry. His isolation. Here's Harris working out of the corner now. And he'll scoop and lay it in for the former Virginia Cavalier.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get Blake Griffin involved too, because he can definitely be a big mismatch going to the rim.
That's the voice of Shakedown. Nate Patrick along with me as well. Scott Cole hanging out with you on a Saturday, and we expect some 3 balls in this game. I don't think there's going to be a lot of 2s.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be a Steph Curry show. He's already getting hot.
Yeah, Harden getting one of his first touches here.
Ooh.
They go down to Harris. That's a wide open KD.
This is definitely a tough matchup. If you went back a couple years, you would have automatically assumed Golden State has got this in the bag. But because of the league and the changes that we've seen, this is a pretty good matchup now.
And Durant blocking the shot of Draymond Green, and he'll bring it up.
Look, I have plenty of arguments with my friends about Draymond Green, at least in the modern age, no doubt. He used to be all about it, but as you can see in 2K, just like IRL, reluctant to shoot, reluctant to try and finish at the rim.
Well, he's been a handful ever since Michigan State.
You don't want him to have the ball in his hands at the end of a shot clock.
And a dunk there by Harden. It's amazing, all these superstars, how many teams they've been on.
Whew.
And Curry Getting a little crabby out there.
I could tell he was up late last night just shooting threes with Steph Curry against the AI. Because he hasn't shot anything less than a green.
He's got a mismatch somewhere. And he lobs it on the Blake Griffin. And a little pause of the screen here. Let's see what he does. He's like, I don't want to hedge. I'm getting killed in the pick and roll.
Easy pass down to Draymond.
That's the interesting thing, Shake. The pick and roll is the meta in Pro-Am, Park, Quick Match, My Team. That's the first thing you got to stop. Yeah, in real life. Yeah, IRL. It ain't too bad either.
Yeah, if you can run the pick and roll and you know how to do it properly, you can take full advantage of it, dominate all game.
Well, they try to lob it up to Blake Griffin again. Doesn't have the hops he used to have for the former slam dunk champion. And Iggy.
He's back.
Get it off to Curry. Yeah. Good to see him
this
back.
Is bad. This is real bad.
Boom.
You see that
that's
isolation.
The tough thing is, yeah, the ISO. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Shake, but yeah, the isolation. If you can't stop Curry, it's going to be a long day.
Oh yeah. Anytime you can see that they're causing a switch on defense, and once he creates that situation, man, it's tough.
He's got to pray he misses. He does there. Yeah. And I think that's why you were calling for maybe some teams to pull out the Clippers. Somebody that's got a lockdown, and that won't count.
Yes.
The flick won't go. 16-14 at the end of one. Jarvis with a 2-point lead here on the upper side of the bracket. What did you see in that opening quarter, Nate?
It's just so nice to see it being played a bit more on the perimeter. As again last year, Scott, how often was it the drive inside contests at the rim, just not doing a thing here, particularly with the Warriors. 5 out, nice and early. Curry slides behind the backs, kicks to the corner, shots from the corner dropping. It's nice to see a bit more variety.
I feel like even on current gen, and especially next gen, shooting's pretty much everything right now. It's hard to finish at the rim.
Absolutely. The defense this year is incredible. And the reaction time from the defenders is way better than it's ever been. But that perimeter.
Curry, that was deep, but it's good.
Yeah, if you wanted to know what the meta is a 6'3" point guard with a high 3-point rating and a lot of speed.
And Wiggins can't chase that down, but they lead by 6. And that's the downside about using Brooklyn. They got all that offensive firepower, but they have a tough time getting stops.
I'd like to see some usage of Kyrie. He can pretty much do the same thing.
He uses them to turn it over there. And there's the Curry slide once again. Ooh, baby.
That's tough.
Former Davidson Wildcat drops it in from the outside. I was a young broadcaster when I first saw this guy named Steph Curry. He's pretty good.
Look, check
I did a game,
high 3-point shot. Try 99. You're not going to find anyone better.
Good. I did a game, I think it was 2009, and I was like, who's this Curry kid? He had like 29 in the first half. I was like, oh, this kid's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
and Durant takes it away.
He didn't just change the NBA. He made what used to look like just something you would do in a video game, something you do in real life.
I mean, you got 2 game changers out here right now. You're talking about Durant and Curry. So if you're a small guy, you need to be shooting threes. If you're a big guy, you need to be shooting threes.
Oh, yeah. Durant is the living demigod for sure.
That's Harris knocking into 3. Got to meet Harris at the All-Star game in Charlotte. He's not very good at the game. But he's pretty good at basketball. And Durant will finish it off.
Oh, he built a super team around him, didn't it? Secret GM, Mr. Harris, bringing in all the superstars. He can just sit in the corner and do his thing.
Hey, there's a lot of value in those stretch players. They get paid a lot.
One thing I wonder if Ja Reese knows that if he ran a floppy, he could have potentially Klay Thompson running in the back, back door on backdoor screens, off backdoor screens, and have him getting wide open while still ISOing with Curry up top.
Good to see Red in the chat on a Saturday. Shakedown hanging out with Nate and myself, Scott Cole. Hope you're having a great day. I know if you're on next gen, you're getting your rivals on. If you're on current gen, a plethora of events, including this one today. And we're just getting started. Whole lot of VC on the line, custom court, signed jersey, all by Cam Reddish, who put the challenge out, and these 8 competitors today have worked their way through a big pool of players just to get a moment. And Curry ends up getting that tip pass, and they'll bring it up. And from the corner, boy, everyone hitting, including Wiggins.
It's crazy because we're watching Brooklyn struggle on defense right now. And you would just assume that anybody that picked the Brooklyn Nets was going to just win this.
Well, you thought Curry was good. Well, how about with the shooting badge? No, he gives it off to Klay.
So much firepower.
They're now 10 of 14. We're just in the first half from three-point land. 30 of his points have come from beyond the line. As Griffin.
Now he's got him
back to a 6-point game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got the shooting badge here.
Oh no, it's
over.
over.
The sharp takeover, bang. I'm pretty sure you could close your eyes with the sharp takeover, Curry.
That is a fact.
Go in.
I once heard that your attributes actually go beyond the 99 rating.
So what is he chilling? 109, 104, something like that?
I wouldn't be surprised. Got a beyond 100 3-point rating right now.
Well, for the first time, the fatigue Gatorade icon came up on Curry. That's good because there's only 10 seconds left in the half. And that's deep. Oh, my.
And
that's how the first half.
Scott, there's heat checks. And then there's that from Curry with a few seconds left. A 9-point lead at the half. It is feeling like Ja Reese is very much in the driver's seat.
I'm telling you, that new arena out in San Francisco is something else. And Dorita's going to make some changes here. He's down 9, Shake. If you're sitting in a Dorita seat, what are you doing right now?
I'm thinking about what I can do to match what Steph Curry's doing on my end. I'm thinking about what I can do. And I'm also thinking about what we can do as a team. Get some hands up in front of in Curry's face.
Well, you look at those badges. I mean, there's literally nothing Brooklyn can do. You look at your players, you look at the defensive badges, you're like, well, what do we do? And the answer is nothing. You just have to outscore the Warriors. Can't stop them.
Got to match firepower with more firepower. There's defensive teams out there. This is the risk you take with an out-and-out offensive team like Brooklyn. The question is, where's that scoring going to come from? And now you've got to worry about that threat inside. Wiggins driving it to the rack. It's not looking good at all for Dorita.
It's basically a 4-around-1 Shake, because tallest player on the court for the Warriors is Draymond.
Yeah, one of the biggest mistakes I've seen so far on Dorita's end is just the reckless passing. He's doing a lot of panicking. If he can just kind of slow it down, get into focus mode, he can probably get some more open looks like that one. That was a good shot.
Yeah, you can't miss that one. Durant off the mark. All of a sudden, it's an 8-0 run. Here by Golden State. It was a 6-point game. Now it's been pushed to 16.
Man, I'm wondering, is Kyrie still being benched for his own personal beliefs, or what's going on here? He's not making much use of Kyrie Irving.
The world is flat, and so is his stats right now.
That's exactly right.
And Clay, look at that slip. So you get so big of a lead, Shake, then you can start to go for the easy buckets.
Yeah, and then you start noticing your opponent going into hero mode too, you know, so things become a lot easier when you're winning by a lot. But you can't count out Brooklyn. You just can't count them out. There's a lot of firepower on this team. If he just wakes up the beast, things could change really quickly.
The Warriors are fatigued here. Up 14, though. There's Clay. Oh, boy, you can't leave them open. It's going to go down to Green. Look at that patience. He hasn't gone to the bench at all. This is the time I'd be going to the bench if I was Jarreese with this big lead.
Yeah, everything seems to be working for Jarreese right now. Everything seems to be working. So normally I would slow the game down once we get into the fourth quarter, but why change anything? At the moment, his whole strategy is working.
Durant with 18 points, but they cannot stop Curry.
So when you have that Gatorade symbol under you, you're supposed to have like a -5 to your attributes, but that doesn't really work for Steph Curry when he's got like a 99 3-point rating.
Durant's played well, but not well enough for Dorita. Shot clock running down. KD can't get it to go. Green with the board. Thompson on the run out. And he will slow it down.
Thompson running out of stamina, but still able to get to the rim and making an easy bucket. Almost up by 20.
Yeah, it was 36-30. I mean, it was a game at the half.
See, people write off Golden State because of because of Klay Thompson being missing, but not in video game land.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about having 4 players that can shoot the 3 and 2 of them that can shoot it at an elite level when you're talking about Curry and Thompson, and they put on a show here. As a late 3 by Durant, 1:15 to go here in the third.
The timing on their releases is easy to master too. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, they have such a smooth release.
Well, a lot of players on their My Player in NBA 2K22, they like that Curry shot.
That's right. But if the fate of the universe was on the line, Iguodala's still in the game.
Yeah, that cuts it back down to 16, 61-45. A huge third quarter by Jarreese and the Warriors.
There we go.
That's what I'm saying. You can't double team.
No, you can't.
That's back to 19.
It's the poise to make the extra pass as well. We've seen now 2 or 3 times. The 2's been on offer as Harden drives inside. And then it's just that moment's hesitation. Draw in the extra defender. Kick it to the corner. The extra points adding up. 17-point lead. And with the ball, make it 20. There it is, Shake. 20-point lead as you wanted with just a quarter remaining.
Whew. It's scary. It's scary watching the way he's playing with Steph Curry. I said it before it began. I said this might be a Steph Curry show because you can ISO with him. What a masterful
the advantage, his next competitor, Shake, got a bye, so he's sitting there watching this going, okay, what team am I going to pick? Because I got to stop the Splash Bros.
Well, he obviously sees the full strategy here now, so he's got to make an adjustment in his mind to prepare.
And this is probably going to send Dorita down to the lower brackets. Double elimination for these 8 players that have made it to the grand final. So much VC on the line. The custom court from Cam Reddish. And of course, everyone that competed in this tournament. Of course, you can go out to compete.playstation.com if you want to compete. So many tournaments. Everyone that competed in this particular one got a custom PlayStation court that they can use. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about competing myself. I want that VC. Got some my players.
I need that VC. I don't want it. I need it. I'm on my like 5th my player build, man. You know what I'm saying? I need the VC.
You know, every year we start off with a certain build that fits what we thought was good in the previous 2K, but then we see how the meta changes, and then you have to make that second build. And right now, you're seeing the meta. That Steph Curry build right there. That's all day.
And he's not even quick stopping anymore. Once you get the sharp badge, he's just letting it fly.
He is having a lot of fun.
22-point lead. They cut it down to 20. Let's say that was a long 2. 10 points now for James Harden.
It's just one of those cases where you have to wonder, like, what could you have done better to slow down Steph Curry? But I bet you he's made a lot of real life NBA players ask that same question. What could we have done? Nothing. Man shooting from anywhere.
Well, that's why when they had Durant on their team, it was just, you know, it was unfair. Like, come on now.
Oh yeah. They left no mystery to the game at that point.
Clay steps into that one. The only thing I didn't like about that team was they did get more wins than the Bulls, even though I don't think they were a better team than that Bulls team. But
no, I doubt they were a better team, but they did. They took the record, but they didn't win the championship that year.
No, yeah, that's the big deal, right? That's the when you're having the debate. Yeah, when you're having the debate. And we finally see James Wiseman come off the bench. She gets a steal. That'll be the interesting thing, facing this Warriors team in the next round. Will somebody bring some defense and maybe some height? Because if you can go shot for shot, and that's why he's been trying to throw these oops. It worked once. That was the only. That was early in the first quarter. That's the only time they found Blake Griffin on the lob.
When you have Kevin Durant in takeover, that's an opportunity to just go crazy with Kevin Durant. And so right there, I
shouldn't be shooting with anybody else, right?
Yeah, you got to take that shot.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Dorita, who's going to be moving to the lower bracket in this double elimination, already with the blemish on his record coming off this opening round game, will he stick with Brooklyn? I could very well see him playing with the Warriors.
Well, if anything, he's definitely learned a lot in this first game. He's definitely learned a lot. If those first games
he was undefeated.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If those first games
he was 7-0.
Uh-oh. There you go.
Cuts it to 14.
He can do a lot of work with James Harden.
Yeah. I mean, you can pretty much ISO with 3 guys on your team. Don't do it to him, Wiseman. Oh, goodness. Turn off the lights. That's what's over.
He's having too much fun. You're just having too much fun at this point.
And Durant with another green. Of course, no Hall of Fame sniper here on current gen. But that's easy money sniper.
I thought he was doing this on purpose. He's over here trying to score with players that are not supposed to be scoring. And he's flopping.
There's the flop to tell you what's up.
That's the universal sign.
It was coming. The warning signs were there. Wiseman, 76 3-point rating. He's just used the last 3 minutes of this game. So ISO, see what he can do. A few step backs for the highlight reel. Doesn't matter if they're contested or not. He can basically have some fun with it and look ahead to this next round.
That's a dot. Going to be a little bit too late. They cut it down to 11. Most of this fourth quarter, though, Jarice has been full troll mode as Wiseman takes another 3.
Oh, yeah. He could be in troll mode, which is what I believe and what everyone should believe. But he could also be testing out the strength of some other players in,
right.
In some heated moments. You never know.
And Harris knocks that away. And he's going to use a timeout. It's a 3-possession game with 21 seconds to go. Stranger things have happened.
I hope everyone watching is strategizing right now how to stop Steph Curry, because he's the main one that caused this situation to get out of control.
Well, that's why you like you love the Clippers with a chance, somebody with some length that can maybe stay with Curry.
Someone who could fight through those screens. That's what you need. You got to be able to fight through screens and keep a hand up on them.
Pick Dodger isn't the sexiest of badge, but you're glad you got it when you need it.
Oh, yeah.
And they empty the bench here. And we'll get the intentional foul by Harden.
Look at the score.
That'll send Jarice to the line. Cut it to 2 possessions. He just ran out of time. And Jarice is going to have to be a little more careful as you move on. I mean, you could troll your way to an L.
Oh, yeah. I remember a famous statement, famous quote from Michael Jordan. He said, "I never lost the game. I just ran out of time."
86-78, Jarice. He is going to be moving on here in the upper side of the bracket. He'll say, clean slate, so to speak, Nate. I thought he played really well.
We like it when the competitors have some fun. I don't know, maybe some people find flopping a bit disrespectful, but the Wiseman threes at the top of the key, I think we saw Draymond as well with some spin moves inside. He's full of confidence, full of swagger. And hey, if you've got Cam Reddish and friends watching, you can make a name for yourself by winning, but also by showing off a bit.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, he put on a show, and hey, if you don't want to get flopped on, Shake, play better.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. This was definitely a spanking and or shellacking. And I saw Steph Curry doing Steph Curry things. So I'm expected to see more of this in the next round. I hope we see another competitor that can compete with Jarice on the same level of flash as well.
Yeah, we're looking at the highlights here. You're going to see a lot of Steph Curry, a lot of left and right over top of that screen. But at one point, I mean, this was a back and forth game, Shake, through the first half. It just got away in the third.
Yeah, and he created a lot of mismatches for Steph Curry. And it made it very difficult for the defense once they had the wrong guy guarding him. And you have these taller guys that just can't stay with his speed.
And he turned the hedging off. I thought he should have kept it, and just continue to give up the slip. If I'm facing the Warriors, Nate, I'm giving up the slip every time down.
Every time. Things just got a lot worse. As you said, what was it, a 6-point game at the half, 36-30 or something along those lines. It was that third quarter where maybe some competitors would ease up a bit. Jarice just realized his opportunity, realized the space, the time, and the 3-shot attempts just increased in number, increased in the amount that they dropped in, and from that point, it was game over.
And you see the extra pass that we were talking about. Jarice continued to pour it on. He was up by 20 at some point. And the fourth quarter got a little more interesting, but just not enough. As you see, Jarice is going to be taking on Don Vito there in the semifinals of the upper bracket. That drops Daria down. Does have a bye there in the lower bracket, so he's going to move to the lower semis, but he cannot lose the rest of the way, Shake. The pressure's really now on Dorita.
Absolutely. And one thing that we didn't mention enough of was the reckless passing that he did in that game. And we didn't give a lot of credit to Jarice's defense to react to it. So if he can clean that up for the next game, he can make it a little bit closer. This might be a better competition than it looks.
Well, Shake, I know you'll be back for the grand final here at the end of the night to see who's going to win this Cam Reddish court, the signed jersey, all that VC. I know you'll be watching intently, and I can't wait to see what you got to say when we finally get to the grand final.
I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to that more than anything else today. So I can't wait to see what these guys are doing. I can't wait to see the final two with their best A game. I want to see the two teams too. I want to see what are they bringing to the table. What team are we going to still see more of the Golden State Warriors, or are we going to see somebody finally use the Brooklyn Nets the right way?
Well, I tell you what, we're going to see the Lakers soon. I can tell you that, Jake. It's too enticing not to use, if not both teams from LA. I can see upsides to both of those teams out on the West Coast. We'll catch you a little bit later in the grand finals. We're a couple matches away from that. I tell you what, Nate, you come out, we knew the Warriors had a lot of firepower. If you didn't match it, you find yourself down 20. I don't know about the trolling there late, but it's time for match number 2 as Aaron Rose is going to be taking on Zay. So I'll probably just say Aaron and Zay just to not get it confused here in match number 2.
Keep it nice and simple, a little bit like the 2K we saw in that first contest. If you wanted Lakers, we think we're about to get Lakers.
Yeah,
if you wanted some more dominant paint force, you should well get that too.
Hey, 37 years old. I can say this because I'm older than 37. That is a lot of 2K under your belt. 21 years, in fact, probably for Aaron, the man out of Virginia. He is 6-1 coming into the tournament. Wipe those slates clean. It's double elimination here in the tournament the rest of the way. Still on the upper side of the bracket here for Aaron, but he's going to come out with the Lakers, LeBron James, and the rest of the future Hall of Famers. It's going to be going up against Milwaukee. We thought we might see it. We are going to see it from Zay, 19 years old from North Carolina. Get ready for the Giannis show.
Sort of hoping for the Hornets show coming from North Carolina. No LaMelo Ball. A little bit of excitement in your life. Fair enough. We saw the Bucks absolutely dominate no matter which competitor was using them last year. We're going to get our first look at them here in this tournament in 2K22.
Well, that's the tough thing, right? If you collapse on the Greek Freak, they got Middleton, among others, out there just waiting to knock down the 3. Be interesting to see if we see Brook Lopez out there. I know a lot of times Giannis ends up being that kind of point center action. They go small ball all around him. And you do have some pretty good defensive players there on that Milwaukee team. But then you got all Hall of Famers waiting on the other side. The question is fatigue going to become a factor? Because you can't play some of these older players all 4 quarters.
And at least, I guess the Lakers do go quite deep in that regard. The King has got his team absolutely stacked, whether it's the starting 5 or indeed that bench depth. It's going to be a good matchup. Going to be great to see Giannis. We know what's going to happen there. He won't be pulling up for 3. He'll be going inside almost every time. You've got AD, you've got LeBron himself, plenty of height and strength to match him at the rim.
I tell you, I did an event on PlayStation with Anthony Davis, and when they were in the bubble, when they won their championship, they were like, hey, we were playing 2K like every night. So a lot of players on this Lakers team actually likes to pick up the sticks as well. But we're going to have Lakers versus Bucks, and we're just a couple days away from the season starting here, Nate. This could be a finals kind of preview. 2 of the best teams in both of their conferences.
Look, we were talking about it before we went live. There's so much unknown. Everybody talks about the preseason form. Of course, we haven't even mentioned Westbrook yet at point, the triple-double machine, but some would say the turnover machine as well. There's so many unknowns. We can't wait for the actual NBA season to get started in only a few days' time. But for now, this is a pretty good appetizer, if I don't say so myself. The Bucks and the Lakers. It's a top-tier matchup.
Yeah, look at Monk getting the start. Malik Monk, the former Hornet. Hey, there's a little bit of a nod to the Charlotte team. We're not going to see the Hornets at any point in this tournament. I can almost guarantee it. As we tip it off.
Believe, Scott.
And Aaron gets it blocked, going in with AD. And oh, my goodness. Just takes it right back up himself, and the Lakers. And Aaron get the first bucket in this one.
And that was almost a script, wasn't it? Just at the other end, Giannis inside is going to cover the paint maliciously. Then you've got all those perimeter defenders. Of course, no more PJ Tucker. Moved on to the Miami Heat. But Holiday, Bledsoe, I don't know, you're looking at names former, present. Everyone writes them off, Scott. Every time, even last year, the Bucks couldn't possibly win. Bucks in 4, Bucks in 6. It didn't matter what the pundits said. They got it done in the end, and you'd be foolish to write them off this year. And of course, in 2K22.
It's going to be interesting to see the use here when we see these Lakers play with Westbrook. Will you see a little bit of Rondo as well? I mean, we know about LeBron, AD, Westbrook, along with Melo. Melo certainly has lost a step, but the question is will they leave him alone in the corner? And I love this Bucks team. When you talk about Drew Holiday, he is a prototypical lockdown point guard. He is a two-way at the point, which in 2K actually plays really well.
Most definitely. It's always comforting as well when they've got that defensive solidarity, by the way. Get that out of here, Giannis.
So we're going to have the Greek Freak versus King James. And they will be guarding each other. There's the double team. Came too late, and we're tied at 2 apiece. This is going to be some... Last matchup was interesting. This one's going to be dynamite. Oh, goodness. Already back-to-back jams for AD, who's mostly known for his mid-range to outside game.
Can you feel the intensity lifting? The contact system at the rim in full effect. Some slipping by, some getting flat out rejected. How good are the new block animations this year, by the way? Makes me open my mouth every single time in amazement as that one early and still drops.
Well, last year was a dunk fest. You almost couldn't really, contest anything at the rim. This year, you can certainly send it away, especially when a chase down variety is LeBron misses along the baseline, and Milwaukee with a 1-point lead. DiVincenzo gives it up to Giannis, and boy, that's just a point blank miss. That hook shot from Giannis is pretty quick on the meter as Carmelo. That's just crazy that some of these players are still in the league. This almost looks like a my team, Yeah, I got LeBron, I got Melo on my team, and Westbrook, AD. That's a my team. It's not a regular season team.
Look, as someone that really enjoyed Russ for the Thunder, it just doesn't feel right seeing him in that Lakers jersey, but he said he feels right at home, hopefully for him and Lakers fans in this tournament and during the regular season. You'll enjoy seeing what he can do. I'm sure he's got plenty left to offer. One of the most explosive players in the NBA.
The shots are going in, but right now Zay really struggling with his timing. That was an early from the corner from Lopez that went, and AD will draw the foul, and he'll head to the line for the former player of the year from Kentucky. And like I said, these are a couple earlies that have gone in. Both players really struggling with their timing right now early. Pun intended.
Maybe a little nervous. Could you blame them with all the VC on offer? Custom court, signed jersey. Pressure is on everybody watching, of course, on the live streams as well. And this paint game just makes everything a little bit more intimidating, if you want another pun, I guess. Intimidator being a bit factor.
I told you, I love Holiday. I'm telling you. He's the kind of guy I'd make my player after. You got to have somebody that can play some defense, and there's some defense. And somehow AD gets it back. And Anthony Davis with it's going to be 3 in the key.
You can keep up faking, pump faking if you like, but only for 3 seconds, sir. And then you need to head on out of there, maybe just enjoying the bounce a little bit, maybe just losing track of time. But it's good defending. You have to say Zay realizes what the threat is, and it is definitely inside of that paint.
It's so tempting to want to block those shots, but right stick up. Just put your hands up, and maybe you'll get maybe you'll get a little intimidation there, badge kick in. But that's AD once again with that drop stepper badge, all kind of space down low. But the Lakers still trail by 4. I think 3-point shooting just in general this year from LA is going to be a problem as we got a 2-point game.
We talked about it at the start, didn't we? You put a bunch of champions, all-stars together. Surely they can make it work, and yet it's just such an imbalanced roster, with three-pointing never being as important in the modern game as indeed it is in 2K. You got to question, who's it going to be that pulls the trigger from distance?
Well, LeBron James. That was a chance to go in with the right stick. And he'll lay it in. 19-16. Competitive first quarter. Lakers getting it done in the paint. 12 of their 16 right there in the painted area. And Portis almost turns it over. Milwaukee went to their bench early, almost like they got auto subs on. And Portis, that's a wild shot. Get the foul on Carmelo Anthony.
Potentially a realization as well that Giannis is not going to be able to dominate rather inside like he did in 2K21, and indeed up against the Lakers here today, going with a smaller lineup, trying to move it around the perimeter and see if you can get the 3-ball to drop.
Well, you kind of have to be on the floor and have a chance to dominate. I'm telling you, the early substitutions by Milwaukee, and maybe the strategy, hey, I get up early, I'm gonna rest the starters. Does have Middleton still out there, 3-point lead, and that's gonna be a foul in the backcourt. And that should send Middleton to the stripe. Former G Leaguer turned to All-Star. Should have an opportunity to make both here. And he does. 23-18, 20 seconds to go here in the first. LeBron. Guarded by Middleton. Nothing there. Gets it out to Monk. Could Monk be an X factor in this one? Gives it back to LeBron and one.
You have to love that ball movement, the extra pass, the double got drawn, and the 3-point play the old-fashioned way converted. This is what we're hoping to see from the Lakers. You know what's coming, but can you stop them?
Final seconds, backdoor cut, and Portis missed the dunk, maybe had it poked away on the way up. And a pretty good first quarter, to say the least here, as Zay up by 2 over Aaron. And maybe a finals preview we talked about, but Milwaukee going to the bench early, could that have a factor in this game? Because, you know, you take out your superstars and they still had a chance at the lead as we get an early timeout to start the second quarter.
Just a few of those bit part players, again, whether you want to call them bench players, it will be determined as we go today. But you look at the names, maybe Portis, Allen, Connaughton, they can all hit the 3-ball. DiVincenzo, and you mentioned Drew Holiday already. Whereas for the Lakers, who's it going to be that hits that 3? Monk, you talked about a little bit before. Carmelo, if you can get him open. LeBron just not as consistent from range as he was in past years. I can't help but feel that Zay has decided at least to give it a go early to try and work that ball outside rather than just mash that paint with Giannis.
Well, the interesting thing is I'm looking at the roster here for LA. They're going to have to go to it at some point. I mean, you can't keep these guys in here forever. Will we see a Bazemore? Will we see a Trevor Ariza, the 17-year veteran, come off the bench? At some point, they're going to have to. As we start the second quarter, Scott Cole, Nate Patrick along with you. Another PlayStation tournament. If you're watching right now and say, man, I'd love to get out there and compete, you can. Compete.playstation.com. Great way to get involved. And that's blocked by AD. Boy, he's everywhere right now.
That's at least a few early on. I think that was the first play of the game, was AD getting involved offensively and defensively, just with that wingspan. Flies out of nowhere, seemingly. You never feel safe taking that shot.
And Los Angeles with a chance to tie or take the lead. Here in the opening minute of the second quarter, LeBron ties us at 23. And George Hill gets it back. He's got Westbrook on him. And AD getting in the passing lanes again. He's going to have to be careful. Dumps it off to Bobby Portis. And going to get fouled by Dwight Howard.
A bit unfortunate there, really. It looked like it would be a simple closeout, but Dwight getting the arm before getting the ball. We all know Dwight a bit volatile, but certainly a threat in the paint at both ends.
I'll give you a little trivia question. Who do you think is older, Dwight Howard or LeBron James?
I feel like you're setting me up for something there, Scott. What do you want to hear?
I'm just curious when you think about it. Who's, LeBron has played 18 seasons. Howard's played 17. That's a lot of basketball. Two guys that came out of high school. Of course, LeBron James is the older of the two. And Holiday down to Portis. And good defense by Howard. And LeBron. Of course, Howard can't wear number 12. That's up in the rafters at the Staples Center. And that's a foul on Westbrook. And that'll go out of bounds.
Interesting to see Dwight back at the Lakers. Of course, the Philly experiment, the process not quite working out the way that anyone in that organization would like it to. At the moment, Dwight's like, hang on a minute. Why did I leave in the first place? I won a ring. All my friends are back there. And indeed, he is back at the Staples Center. One of those players that will come off the bench and make an impact, positive or negative.
Aaron up to 29-27. It was all Zay in Milwaukee through the first 7 minutes or so. It's been a competitive one here in the upper bracket, double elimination. Both of these players' first match of the day. Straight away, Drew Holiday, another mistimed shot. I'm part of the no meter gang. I don't know if you play with a meter on, Nate. I'm meter off.
Even, when it was talked about that the new shot meter was going to be of a benefit, I turned it off straight away. It's just one of those habits that you get into. And maybe the older heads like us, Scott, you've practiced with a variety of jump shots. You're pretty comfortable with the timing, as that one is slammed home by the man we were just talking about. But certainly, it's going to be an advantage. You get that little bit of a boost with the shot meter off. Giannis denied spectacularly. So if you can get away with it, turn it off. But if you're just not familiar with these players, I guess it's safety first.
That was just bronze intimidator. That made Giannis miss. There's Melo with a contested three. Excuse me, a long two. And here's Giannis. He's got fresh legs. Well, LeBron's been pretty comfortable. Hey, Aaron's been doing a good job. As we had a timeout here by the Lakers. Using a lot of those timeouts because we did talk about the age and just how much fatigue's going to be setting in for these Lakers.
You do need to rotate those players around well, potentially change some matchups depending on who is on the floor. You're seeing a lot of early fouls as well. You can understand wanting to foul Giannis before he gets going. However, they will stack up. I believe we saw LeBron is already on 3. We're not even at the half yet, so you just need to be a little bit careful.
4-point game, 1 or 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Aaron taking on Zay. Aaron controlling the Lakers. Zay with the Bucks. And their white home uniforms is... Well, Giannis has just been unable to get loose down low. Out to Middleton. Good defense here by the Lakers. Shot clock running down. Middleton's got to force it up. And a rebound by James. LeBron gets it up. No, it's going to be turnover. Middleton back the other way. Gets it to Giannis. And he just sets up for the charge, and he kindly gives it to him.
That is a big play with LeBron on those 3 fouls. All of a sudden 4, and maybe you're a bit scared to play the king. Instead, draws the charge. Looks like a hero, and Westbrook at the other end throws it down. You know that Zay is not happy with these last few minutes.
He's going to use a timeout. And we talk about Giannis. He can be very dominant, but you got to have the stick skills to go along with it. You know, the long athlete package on the layup, but You can't forget about the floater. So many people forget about the floater in the lane. If they want to sit back, then just, hey, pull up for a midi or just float that thing in. I'm a big fan of the floater.
Mid-range is actually, yeah, something that's looked at a lot. We've seen Carmelo take plenty in preseason. Maybe he's one that could do it for the Lakers in this game.
And off the back of the rim, no good. That's Westbrook with a rebound. And the former UCLA Bruin turns it over, but LeBron James gets it right back. Anthony Davis pass to the corner. And he's going to get the board. And then he turns it right back over to Milwaukee. Milwaukee out on the break. George Hill, DiVincenzo. Working in the paint and able to get that to go. Boy, every score is tough right now. Both these teams being real stingy, Nate.
The scoring has certainly dried up a little bit in this second term. Fast breaks will be key. And just finding that right pass, you see man open, but unable to find. This time in the corner, he is open, and it will drop. Credit to Zay with the tray, and now just down by one.
There's LeBron working on the baseline. Right past Middleton. Two-hand jam. Little drop stepper, little rise up. As Middleton takes it to the rack. That shot is blocked out to Grayson Allen. His first year with Milwaukee's been mostly down the G League with Salt Lake City. And that heave won't go. We hit the half. Milwaukee took the first quarter, but the Lakers come zooming back and take a 3-point lead at the half for Aaron.
Seeing some of those steal and block numbers for Aaron, it was that defensive pressure in the paint and on the perimeter and in transition that started to make things turn. And you can feel, even from here, Zay getting frustrated, taking some timeouts, wondering what he should do differently. Meanwhile, Aaron not quite in cruise control, but certainly enjoying taking his time in offense, working it around and winning those key matchups all over the court.
Well, Anthony Davis has certainly been the X factor on both ends. And the problem right now for Zay is, let's be honest, Nate, he just can't get Giannis going.
Subbed him out in that first quarter, just gave up seemingly, or maybe it's all part of a greater strategy to rest him and see if he can take over figuratively and literally in the third and fourth terms. Not sure. It's looking too good if that's the plan at the moment.
Yeah, he's really fearful of Anthony Davis and LeBron James in the paint. Had a lot of blocks through this first half, and Middleton in and out. And falls. We're tied at 35. Boy, he went all the way around and then down. How big is glue hands this year? One of the badges really comes into it. Kind of took over the catch and shoot, to be honest with you, Nate. If you got glue hands, you're good.
Yeah, there's different changes for current gen and next gen, but I assure you, glue hands, at least on my park build, was one of the first things I tried to get to Hoff. It just makes everything you do, passing, shooting, that much smoother.
There's Giannis, just can't get it to go. That matchup between LeBron James and Giannis, you think at some point LeBron James is going to have to rest, but he's had him out there the entire time almost. As Anthony lays it in. National champion with Syracuse. Seems like forever ago. And that is a nice play, but he can't knock it down. Brook Lopez off the mark. I'd say neither team has shot well. But they get a lot of work done down in the paint.
Both competitors not even worrying. To look at the stats, I'll tell you what is worrying. There is the fourth foul for the King, LeBron James, and maybe a timeout to get him off the court. There was one very early on in this game, and that one quite needless. It's all good to try and apply pressure, but your best player, at the very least a key player in 2K22, you surely need to be a little more careful than that.
Yeah, so to reset the game, you got the Lakers up 4. That's Aaron with the lead over Zay. He's only got 2 timeouts remaining now. And he spoke about those 4 fouls for LeBron James. And we still got a pretty good ways to go. As you see that 4th foul. And that's, I mean, there is no reason to try to reach on Giannis 60 feet from the basket. And we got another foul. This time it's on Monk. And they're already over the limit. So the former Notre Dame Fighting Irish guard will a little bit late on the free throw. That's the reason they call them free throws. Both players have struggled from the stripe here. There's Westbrook. Monk, nice little behind the back. Nowhere to go, though. Middleton stays right with him. Westbrook now. Shot clock running down. And, oh, right over Giannis.
35% coverage on that shot. Apparently, Russ has enough to get past Giannis. If you're Zay, you're feeling like you've done everything right. I tell you what, he's doing everything right in releasing Middleton from 3. How many of those have gone down? You can see. Don't worry about converting. Not even being attempted, the Lakers from 3 at the moment.
I tell you, if I'm Milwaukee, I think about maybe a zone. You saw that 36 points in the paint for Aaron in the Lakers. I'd be forcing him to shoot from the outside. It's it out to Giannis. Not able to take advantage of the quick first step. A little menace action there by AD. Shot clock running down. Cognitive. Able to drop it in. We're back tied. 45 apiece.
Absolutely lovely from Pat. Again, not going to be your first taker, maybe not even your second. But with the 81 3 ball, he's more than capable. And it certainly seems like Zay is looking for those outside shots a lot more often.
Gold intimidation. Giannis is off again. That was AD. You got to get some sort of momentum going with Giannis. He's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with AD, and there's a timeout.
It was just to make me look foolish, wasn't it? Talking about Zay taking more three-point looks, then chucks up absolute rubbish with Giannis under the rim. Hopefully he's had that self-realization and goes back to what's been working, because the Lakers, Scott, you talked about it, they're going to attack the paint. You can try and chuck a zone at it. Is it just a case of the Laker players being too good one-on-one, even if you've got a double in there? We saw Westbrook before just going right past Giannis. It feels like they're a little unstoppable.
Comes back with LeBron James. Remember, he's got 4 fouls. And his fatigue is down to 75. I'm not sure I wouldn't sat him for that. 1:06 left now in the third. Good look by George Hill, and he knocks it down. 1-point game. And LeBron on the other end, able to lay it in, puts it back to a 3-point game.
There's your summary of this contest. Scott, a 3-point at one end, 1-2 passes, and the easy 2 at the other. It's why it remains such a close contest.
Well, the points in the paint really starting to pile up. There's a turnover, a rare one, in fact, for Aaron. And yeah, you got him kind of semi-crab there. And just like that, Zay's got the lead. Taken away by Bobby Portis. Up to Giannis. Well, that's a mismatch. He's got Monk on him. Out to Holiday, and that rattles in.
Early release, but it doesn't matter. This is where it's got to be a bit smarter from Aaron. The Giannis drive inside is only going to be Bates. If you want to leave him, sure, he'll take the 2. But if you commit 1 or 2 defenders, he'll kick it away. And apparently, even with these mid-80-point ratings, these threes will drop for the Bucks.
That's crazy. I'm not used to seeing straight up earlies fall. That one slightly. And just like that, Milwaukee has really swung this thing in their favor. Final seconds of the third. No. Wouldn't have counted even if it went. And just like that, Zay. Boy, it looked pretty it looked pretty much like Slim Pickens there in the third quarter, but he turns it around there in that final 2 minutes, Nate.
Only a 2-possession game, but it feels like much more. This contest has gone bucket for bucket, end-to-end stuff. Neither competitor with a lead of more than 2 or 3. It is a Lakers ball, so it might come back to that almost immediately.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course, who else but LeBron James?
Cuts it to 3. Final quarter. The winner will continue on here in the upper bracket. If you lose, you head down to the lower bracket with just one loss remaining. Here in a double elimination tournament on a Saturday. Scott Cole, Nate Patrick along with you. We've seen some great action so far. This one's been a thriller.
I am a little perplexed. It was another early foul committed by LeBron James. One more, and he's out of there. That's why you saw Zay try to take the charge when LeBron went inside. He needs to be very careful indeed.
Westbrook on up to Monk, and Monk will use 2 hands. Aaron with the lead. He's trying to get some cheap ones in the backcourt. Hasn't been able to do it so far. DiVincenzo gets it out to Brook Lopez, driving on Anthony Davis. Spun the wrong way. Grayson Allen, the former Blue Devil. Same alma mater as our guy Cam Reddish, who is giving away a signed jersey to the winner and custom court. Ton of VC by the end of the day. We got well over 1 million VC we're passing out here on a Saturday, and that's a nice little scoop in by Middleton. Milwaukee up 3.
Lovely effort to mix up that offense a little bit. Just wait for the second man to run inside. A little more straightforward for Aaron. Back your man down and lay it up and over, uncontested.
He's only missed 1 shot in the second half. I don't know if you've seen that, Nate. He's shooting 94% for the second half for the Lakers, and they're down 1 with the basketball. And LeBron James! Lakers up 1 now. 25 for LeBron, all coming from the paint, and you can add 1 free throw to that.
Not attempted a single three-pointer with LeBron or anyone else for that matter. It has him up by 1. Don't take your eyes off this contest because AD is there with another massive block. There's the shot clock violation. There's the turnover. And that is a big momentum play.
63-62. 2.5 minutes to go. Wide open Carmelo Anthony. Timeout Bucks. Now down 3, 2:31 to go. And Aaron has absolutely shot the lights out. That's a rare shot from outside the paint for the Lakers and Aaron Rose.
It's not going to count. I believe it was a deep 2. Having a look there at the stats, they still are at 0% for 3-pointers. It must be on principle at this point, Scott. He wants to do it without even taking a 3-point shot.
Giannis smartly passes to the corner, big 3. Tied at 65. You do not want to go up against AD with a rim protector takeover. He gets double teamed down there and lost it for a moment. It'll stay with LA. They'll have 18 to shoot. Someone's asking in the chat, is this the first game? It's our second game. But we are in the first round on the upper bracket. And a timeout by the Lakers. They'll have 11 to shoot. 1 timeout remaining for both teams.
It was going to be 3 in the key. Again, that's why you see that timeout. He could not bring the big man out in time. Westbrook has been an interesting one to watch. Could be on for a double-double, but has had plenty of turnovers, a bit like Russ in preseason. You see there, he's begging him to take the three-point shot on, refuses. Could that be his downfall at the end of this game?
It's hard to win a ball game when you don't make any three-pointers. Holiday. Off to Middleton. Middleton working on Carmelo. And the patience. No, it can't hit. Lopez Green's a three. Bucks 68, Lakers 65. And Zay gains the lead for the first time in a while. There's Middleton. A little pump fake out to DiVincenzo. Plenty of time on the clock. 1:20 to go in the game. 10 to shoot. Lopez out to Middleton. Middleton pulls up in the mid-range and hits it. Westbrook driving down. And Anthony Davis gets blocked by Brook Lopez, who's playing out of his mind right now. And LeBron hits the 20-footer. And LeBron with a steal. Remember, he's playing with 5 fouls, Nate. Cuts into 1.
I keep wanting to interject, but there's no more than 5 seconds of action until there's another flashpoint. Huge turnover points there. The King gets it done very early on indeed. It gives Aaron an opportunity late on. This is a big play for Zay.
Holiday rattles it home. And Milwaukee back up 4. LeBron. And he went at, oh, yeah, he did step out of bounds. Got to let go of the turbo button, Nate.
I've got my head in my hands. I cannot believe what I've just seen. You've got takeover. You can destroy anyone that you want. And now he needs a stop to stay in this game.
Yeah, he's got his finishing badge. I mean, just fly from way out there on the takeoff. LeBron on the other end. Cuts it to a 2-point game. Got to take care of the basketball here if you're Zay. They got to foul him. At some point, they got to foul here. LeBron goes for the steal. No. Time running away here. 5 seconds to go. Are they going to foul? And they take it away. Got to call timeout. You got to call timeout, Nate.
I don't
Zay
think there's any left.
73-71.
Goodness me. Got that steal right at the end. Did not want to foul deliberately. The question is, was there the timeout remaining, or did he believe he had time to pull up for one and the only 3 of the game to win it?
Yeah, I don't think Westbrook's he's not hitting a 3, first of all. Second of all, he might hit a flick up. Anything can happen sometimes. But wow, what a game back and forth. It was the 2-ball of the Lakers versus the 3-ball of Milwaukee. Giannis really wasn't a factor in this game. Brook Lopez ends up being the hero.
Middleton as well, Holiday, names that we talked. Will they help Giannis in this game? In the end, they carry Giannis in this game. Not what we expected at all. But credit to Zay for a different play style, for showing us that the Bucks can really mix it up on offense.
I mean, we had a ton of highlights in this one, no question about it. It was Anthony Davis early. Good block there by Giannis, but Anthony Davis, he was a man-child in the early portion of these games. LeBron James getting a big block there. And at some point, you're like, man, can they stop the Lakers in the paint?
Was the question at the start. It was the question at the end. Really, for Zay, it could have been a little bit more comfortable, a little, let's say, sloppy with some turnovers. There's the quick steals that you'll see in the fourth quarter, but I guess a little, too late, while that good defensive pressure in that paint. All those blocks, the closeouts you see there from AD, they just didn't occur enough in order to create any type of momentum.
It's just wild to shoot over 90% from the field in the second half for Aaron Rose and the Lakers, and they end up coming up short in this one. And I mean, you know, that's why the 3-ball changed the game, right? Because even if you shoot 50% from two, if you shoot 50% from three, it's like shooting 66%, from two. It's math. I'm not very good at math, Nate, but I know that three is better than two. And when it came down to it, that was the big difference in the second half, is Milwaukee knocking down their triples.
And it's one of those key features, the distinctions in 2K compared, I guess, to IRL regular basketball. Indeed, three is more than two. I'm sure if you've played 2K with your friends, if you've got someone wide open in the corner and you've got the ball in the paint, you kick it to them almost every time because it's so much more likely to fall.
So Aaron Rose, he's going to be in the bottom side of the bracket now here in this double elimination tournament. Started off with 8 players here in these grand finals. Still 8 players remaining, but now we got 2 players with some blemishes on their record. And congratulations to Zay. He's moving on. He'll be taking on Sippy there in the semifinals of the upper bracket, as the semifinals have pretty much been set. And it looks on the bottom side, they're waiting to see who's going to lose those top 2 games. So you're going to have Ja Reese taking on Don Vito. Ja Reese destroyed with the Warriors. And then Zay with those Bucks. Once again, he's going to be facing Sippy. I think we're going to have some good semis here, Nate.
How lovely is it having the variety of teams as well? I felt like this time last year, Scott, we're talking about the Bucks. Giannis drives inside. Giannis dunks at home. We were keen. We were into it. Don't get me wrong. But the repetition, you're like, we've seen this before. Already in our opening matches, you're seeing different strategies. You're seeing some superstars get into foul trouble. That's the bit we don't like as much. It does make for compelling viewing. Plenty of storylines are being developed as we go.
Yeah, it's been a shocker so far. We've seen a myriad of teams, and you talked about a myriad of styles. If you want to compete here in these PlayStation tournaments, you can do that by going to compete.playstation.com. Not only NBA 2K22, but a myriad, a cornucopia, if you will, of games out there for you to sign up. I'm telling you, this fall and winter is going to be an amazing time to get out there and compete, especially on PlayStation. We'll step away for a moment. When we come back, we'll be in the semifinals of the upper bracket here in a Win the Court tournament. welcome back to another PlayStation tournament. Hope you're having a great Friday. Scott Cole along, excuse me, Saturday. Where am I? Scott Cole along with Nate Patrick. I don't know. Is it Friday over there? You're in Australia. We haven't even talked about that yet. I don't even know what day it is over there.
We're in the future, mate. Don't you worry about that. Sunday morning here in Australia. I said before, we're used to getting up nice and early to watch the NBA itself. Why not do it for some 2K22?
I love it. We're stepping into the semifinals of the upper bracket. We've already seen Ja Reese, but now we're going to have an opportunity to see what Don Vito has for us. And I hope he's ready to stop Steph Curry, because Ja Reese and the Warriors were awfully impressive in that opening game.
We were talking in the Twitch chat, which teams would you like to see? Someone suggested the Clippers, and maybe that is the team. Get the claw in there to try and lock down Steph Curry.
There you see the bracket. Later we'll see Zay and KCP, and then the losers of those top matchups, they'll be moved down to the bottom. But Don Vito, he's going to try to bring out Brooklyn. I don't know if you watched that last game. It did not go well, Brooklyn versus Golden State. Donovan Booker, he's from Charlotte, North Carolina, the Queen City. And he was 4-1 heading into this tournament. And he did get that opening round bye. But now he's going to have to face Ja Reese. And I'm telling you, it didn't work the first time that we saw Brooklyn versus Golden State. Maybe our guy Don has a little different strategy of stopping Steph Curry.
What is it then? I'd love to know what he's got in store. It felt a bit like firepower versus firepower, just a shootout. Basically, both teams going at it, not worried too much about defense, particularly inside. It may well be 5 out versus 5 out. Maybe, however, this time we could see Kyrie a little bit more involved.
Well, let us know out there in the chat, who do you think will win? Will it be Ja Reese or will it be Don Vito here in the upper bracket side? It's basically Warriors versus Nets. Ja Reese will be the Nets. Don Vito is apparently going to be using the high-powered Brooklyn Nets. And yeah, everyone who saw that first game, Nate, no surprise, 83% think Ja Reese and the Warriors are going to roll to the upper bracket final.
Why wouldn't you? We saw Curry not just hit them when he was open, when he was contested, then he started just shooting them off the dribble. Didn't seem to matter where Curry was. He was pulling the trigger. He was very successful. And then, of course, started to bring out the flops, started to have Wiseman pull up from 3. Maybe this one will be a little more competitive.
Yeah, it was, you got to be careful. Got to be careful with the flopping and the trolling with the big lead, because it came down to a 2-possession game with about 10 seconds left. So you got to be careful out there if you're Ja Reese. Maybe he'll be all business in this next matchup coming up as we head to virtual Brooklyn. And look, we got the Lakers. So will we have Ja Reese shifting gears already, going away from the Warriors, and he's going to be LA. So here is a coast-to-coast battle. This is not expected.
And yet, we've had this precedent before where players, rather it's because of the competition rules or whether it's just something that they enjoy doing, maybe you get a little bit bored, or maybe you've just seen something from an opponent or someone else in the competition and you're like, okay, it's a second chance competition. If I lose this game, I'm not out directly. Maybe this is the time to take a risk or just try something a little different.
Yeah, somebody saying in the chat, he's the Lakers, not the Warriors. Yeah, we see that as well. He used the Warriors in his opening game. He shifts gears to the Lakers now. And here's Westbrook. And he'll find LeBron in the corner. And he'll knock it down. And LeBron can't hit that corner 3, Nate, even though they say it's a long 2.
Maybe 2K22 has something against the Lakers taking 3-point shots. Just that extra step inside. We're still waiting for the first Lakers 3.
Ja Reese, I'm telling you, he was powerful. And anytime I see somebody not using a meter, I know they got a little bit of comp streak in them, you know? A little bit of a next level. 2-2 here early. That's a big shift of gears from what he had with the Warriors. And Anthony Davis will step into a three. But he's still using that same playbook. That 4-round one that he used in his opening win.
Good to see that it can be done as well. Not just hitting the three, but greening the three. And as you so correctly mentioned, Scott, he has that shot meter off. He is very confident with the jumper animations for these players.
And Carmelo, a little long arm there on the release. Irving. And look at Don Vito. Going coast to coast there. And he's going to use a lot of size to try to match up with AD and Dwight Howard when we see him come in. And we got a loose ball, and Harden can't scoop it up. So Ja Reese will inbounds. That's Trevor Ariza getting the start. Got a screen for LeBron. Off the window, no good. Durant comes out of there with it. KD up ahead. Oh, over the head pass. And Brooklyn up by one.
Not the strength that you first think of when you think of Brooklyn going inside, finishing at the rack. Maybe it was just a matchup with the height of the Lakers defensively, but already some very good efforts inside that paint.
You know, one of the things I love about, the game coming out like a month before the season starts is you really get to know these rosters. Some of these players playing with their teams for the first time. It kind of gets me ready for the NBA season.
I spend the first few games of preseason just trying to identify them. A new haircut, maybe LeBron goes the headband. It always looks a little more different. Players love to mix up their styles. And of course, with so many roster changes, and I guess these so-called mega teams, you want to be paying attention.
Yeah, I had to dig deep into the roster here for the big number 33 for Brooklyn. You see him there with the floppy blonde hair. That's Nick Claxton from Georgia, second-year player. There must be something about him. There must be a badge or so about Nick Claxton for a reason for him to get the start.
I think just equally one of the tallest players as well for Brooklyn. You're quite right that there's some players much more highly rated. LaMarcus Aldridge we saw out there, also 6'11". I think it really is all about the height.
Yeah, and Blake Griffin just can't stay with Anthony Davis, not at this point in his career. They go down to Claxton, and he lays it in. And we got a quick pause here, and we're going to have a change here. So Aldridge and Claxton right now giving the Lakers a little problem down low. Might take you a while to dig deep, but there must be more to this Claxton that we don't know. Here's LeBron. Outside, three ball, good.
I've got the stats, Scott. Don't you worry. I've tried to go deeper. And outside of the height, I'm not sure there's a lot that I can give to you. Badge-wise, he only has 7, 4 finishing, 3 defensive. You've got an 88 block, which I guess is somewhat significant. The 90 stamina, so he can go all game. But again, I can only really look at the height at this stage.
I think it's just to combat Anthony Davis. Because Griffith's not staying with him. Aldridge, in his state of the career, is not staying with him. So I think it's just a defensive play, and a smart one. Knowing the roster, and that's a good 3 from the outside. How about LeBron? Playing well inside and out. For the 18-year veteran. That's a lot of basketball. See if they hold it for the final shot here. Westbrook straightaway 3 from AD. Bang! Lakers up 6.
He really has that down with AD, doesn't he? While other competitors are too scared to shoot, we're seeing green beams right here with Ja Reese.
And wide open is KD. Big time shot to close out the first quarter. 3-point game. And Ja Reese He's getting in there, man. And I'll say, for all the players we've seen so far, Nate, Ja Reese is here to win the whole thing. This is a business trip for him.
He's feeling it. We enjoyed the showmanship, shall we say, at the end of the first game. And here, showing with AD, only has a 75 rating for his 3-ball. And yet he's greening it as pure as an early spring meadow. We're excited to see what he can do with different teams as this tournament progresses.
Our first time seeing Don Vito. Second time seeing Brooklyn, and that's a turnover. I'd have to say Don Vito is controlling the Nets a little better than our previous competitor did with Brooklyn.
Look, I wouldn't mind seeing my mate Paddy Mills out there, one of the Australians rocking the league. The 6'1" shooting guard is probably not your go-to or your next step. Maybe if he can open up a bit of a lead, but not if this continues from AD.
Well, you got Claxton in there, the young guy, trying to run with him rim to rim, and he can't keep up with AD. And back-to-back dunks for Anthony Davis. That's 2 SEC players. And Claxton and Davis. Coach Davis from Kentucky. Claxton, as I mentioned before, with the Georgia Bulldogs, and there's a big-time block. AD's got his rim badge. Back out to LeBron Green. Timeout, Brooklyn. What a run to start the quarter. 10-0 run, Nate.
There was anyone questioning Ja Reese changing teams, I think you can, well, we say in Australia, I don't know if this translates, you put a sock in it, aka shut your mouth, don't you worry. Ja Reese is in control. He knows the animations for AD and for LeBron. It's early days, but it's looking very sweet indeed.
Well, Westbrook now has got his playmaker badge. That's got to have your concern, too, because any shot coming off that playmaker badge, easily greenable. And he plucks it away. Wow, a steal while Westbrook has takeover. Former Thunder teammates going at it. And that's ripped by AD. And I told you about the playmaker badge. Look at this. Takeovers everywhere for Los Angeles. 7 of 11 now from 3. Durant going against LeBron. Not having it. And yeah, Harden will hit it.
Not even particularly well timed, but any open look, you would say, in 2K22 is one you simply have to take. Defensively, the players not really close to getting a contest. Sure, the Lakers have a lot of height, but you need to be a little quicker on defense.
Yeah, we're getting some wide open threes right now on both ends. 36-26. A 10-0 run, the difference right now for LA and Ja Reese, and that's a forced 3 there. Carmelo gets the board, though. Well, that's a mismatch there with Irving and Melo. Really on both ends, and they'll scoop it in.
Kyrie's just one of those interesting ones in 2K. Not exceptional at anything outside of playmaking, and with a lot of these players having really good badges, being able to clamp you up, it means that Kyrie's 84 rated 3-point shot not quite good enough. He doesn't really have any driving dunk to speak of, so he ends up being, to be quite frank, a bit of a liability.
Yeah, you really want to get his assist up, and just like they did with Westbrook, get that playmaking badge. And LeBron James from way downtown. The lead's 15 all of a sudden. It was just a 3-point game at the end of 1. And Ja Reese has exploded. Another turnover. Westbrook for 3. I was fixing to say, we've seen a lot. And Durant trying to get one back. Can't. Griffin with the rebound, and he led the line for 2.
It's too early to be thinking about this. Sure, like a 10-15 point lead is significant. However, as I'm starting to get flashbacks from last time out, Scott, some competitors decided to dip as early as the third quarter. They decided they weren't coming back. They weren't happy. It was all over. Hopefully, these competitors stick around to make it a contest. You saw in game one with Jarvis, he was up by 20 or so. That came back to be a 2-possession game.
You think, especially with double LM, that first game, even if you're down, you're trying to, might as well use that time to try to figure out what you're going to do in the next game. It's free practice time. And that one's off from Ariza. I'm telling you, Ariza, Anthony, you throw Howard, James, I mean, these are players that have played almost 2 decades of NBA basketball. Anthony Davis, he's a problem. He's hard to handle. And KD brings it back to a 12-point game. Can't count out Brooklyn.
There's been some big threes from Don Vito to keep him in this contest. A few misses at the other end, and maybe we get it within 10 at the half.
And that's where he goes with Harden right to the rack. 46-36. Westbrook, 10 seconds left in the half, and he'll just use Thor's hammer to throw that down. Final seconds of the half for Brooklyn and Don Vito. Just sounds like a Brooklyn Nets fan. And we'll hit the halftime. Lakers shooting 68%. Awfully impressive, Nate.
The question was, will we see the Lakers take a three? That question has been emphatically answered. Not only have they been taken, they have been drained with a variety of players. I think we'll know if Westbrook starts firing that it is definitely on with Jarvis.
Here's Rondo, seeing him for the first time. And I'm not talking about like just taking threes. I'm talking about greens, Nate. Like dead eye shooting for the Lakers in the first half.
That's when you know that a competitor has really put in the time and practiced. Sure, with 2K22, but you can learn so much from past iterations of the game, and indeed in watching these all-stars, these legends in real life. Those animations are basically a mirror image. The more you watch, the more you get that timing down.
Well, we're in the upper bracket semifinals. Winner of this one gets to go to the upper bracket final. And then everybody else will have to work their way along the bottom in this double elimination tournament. Where you can see that second quarter, 28-19. I will tell you, Nate, this Brooklyn court looks better in real life. Impressive place out there at the Barclays Center. NBA 2K League had their Season 2 draft there at the arena.
We do love the 2K League all around the world. It's good to see it expanding as well. Plenty of competitors from different regions and countries getting involved. It gets bigger and greater. I don't mind the court in-game, Scott. A little bit of variety. I'm sure it doesn't have quite the same effect, but it's always nice to see the hardwood styled up a little differently.
A little herringbone pattern as Harden lays it in. Yeah, one of the PlayStation tournaments here in the offseason, compete.playstation.com, is going to be for draft eligibility into the 2K League for the first time. This will be the second season that PlayStation has sponsored the NBA 2K League. Shot from the outside by Durant. There's PlayStation official partner of the NBA. 54-44. Westbrook. No good.
He did green one. That was similarly covered a moment ago, so Westbrook can green them, can hit them. I don't think that that's your plan A, however, just not the three-point shooter you want him to be, and not with the height, I guess, to get it over some of those smaller Brooklyn players.
And LeBron leading in, no good. Boy, that hung on the rim forever. And finally, Blake comes out of there with it, former Sooner. And they turn it right back over. Turnovers becoming a problem. Or maybe have already, a problem for Brooklyn. There's just certain players you cannot throw the ball around. And that's one of the reasons you want to use Irving. You know, someone that's got a little bit better passing rating. And those passing playmaking badges. And Harden has got his playmaking activated as well. Really should be running the offense through Harden right now. Ooh, I tell you, Ariza almost got crossed up there. And what a finish by Irvin. Of course, we'll have our buddy Shakedown from the YouTube fame will join us for the grand finals here a few games from now. Big shout out to our guy Cam Reddish of the Atlanta Hawks. Of course, the winner of the whole tournament was getting a Cam Reddish custom court and a signed jersey, along with nearly $500,000 VC. That's a good day. That's a good day, Nate.
You walk away from that happy indeed. It would probably take me a few weeks to work out how I'm going to spend it. There's a while to go before you can start thinking about that. But if you keep greening with LeBron from that type of distance, maybe you speed up that thinking process.
Pass to the corner. Back of the rim, no good. And Durant, it's going to be goaltending on Anthony Davis. But, you know, we like to get kind of nerdy about this game. One of the reasons you goaltend, Nate, you know why, right? You don't get the takeover. You don't get the takeover. Yeah. And the shot from the corner is good. So you go full Kevin Garnett out there. You just goaltend everything.
Also, why, as much as we've criticized it, I know I have in games past, why an early foul can be a good idea. Get it out of that player's hands. Take a timeout. Just try and get those takeover meters down. The Nets trying to come back. Don Vito takes it inside. The Lakers and Jari showing a bit of variety, and there is some takeover. Westbrook is the man, given all the space and time.
Yeah, it's cut us back to a 13-point game. 65-52. Yeah, got to use that playmaking badge. And nearly turned it over. And wide open is Carmelo. And I think that's what he's hoping will happen in the season this year. As he can just find a spot to pot up, around the perimeter. Here's LaMarcus Aldridge. Former Blazer, former San Antonio Spur. And Westbrook knocks down the 14-footer. And the lead is 17. Jarice able to make some adjustments along the way. Nate, and Don Vito has really had a hard time keeping up.
Well, sometimes it's actually quite nice to be proved wrong. If you think a team change is a little foolish, maybe based on what we've seen other competitors do, Jarice showing that the Lakers are more than an option. They have to be now one of the stronger teams you can use. They can hit their threes. You just need to get them a little open. You find the mismatch. You have that height. You can extend above the defender. And it feels like there's little that Brooklyn and Don Vito can do.
That's blocked. Nick Claxton getting denied by Anthony Davis once again. Here is AD. Starting to feel a little bit of the fatigue, and he'll hit the green anyway. Oh my goodness. Right now, Jarice is the player to beat here in this tournament.
We talked about making a name for yourself. You've got Cam Reddish watching on, no doubt. Some Hawks teammates, some NBA players also tuned in. They love playing their 2K as well as playing the game IRL. And Jarreese, he's got a Twitch channel. It's in the name. Maybe he's got a few more followers after today.
And shot from the baseline, no good. And Don Vito will bring it up with Harden. Pass in the corner, quick three from Irvin. And it cuts it to 19. That is a tall order here the rest of the way. And Westbrook will lay it in. Jarreese got a little trolly in that first game. I think he needs to just keep the pedal to the metal here. Chance to show some dominance. LeBron stops and pops. Heavily contested. Slightly late on the release. Here comes Brooklyn back the other way. Harris. Off to Claxton. The youngster. Back to Harris. Skips around to KD. And you got to take way more shots with Kevin Durant. I mean, he's only got 17 points, Nate.
We talked about Kyrie maybe not being the go-to. You then logically need to look to who will be that player that steps up. KD can do it all, inside, outside, a little bit of playmaking as well. But he is one of the best scorers, if not the best, in the NBA. It baffles the mind a little bit, a bit perplexing as to why you wouldn't give him more of a go here. Look at him starting off this one.
And Claxton will lay it in. 79-60. LeBron off to Anthony Davis, and that's a mismatch. Sorry, Joe Harris, but it's true.
There's a baby in there.
That's some grown man stuff in the paint. And look at Irvin. Don Vito's going to be thinking, what could have been? Those turnovers. Yeah, take care of the onion, Nate, or it'll make you cry. And he has turned over the basketball in bunches. And that's the reason he's down 21.
Indeed, it feels like it's led to a lot of scoring every time as well. If you ever hit that hundy, the big triple figures mark, you know you've well and truly made it. And for a Lakers team where scoring, particularly perimeter shooting, was meant to be a challenge, Jarreese has made it look very easy.
84-65, under 90 seconds to go. Wide open is Westbrook. That corner three is like a layup sometimes in 2K. You cannot leave that wide open.
Any thoughts of the extension of the three-point line? Scott, would you like to see that be a thing, or are you
I think the court needs to be
traditional?
widened. I think, I'd like to see the court widened a couple feet on each side. I mean, it's, for some of the players, you can't go take a three because their feet are too big. There's only about 1.5 feet over there in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
But no, how much further out can we go? You do have Curry and Lillard, taking limitless threes. And what a block. Get that shot out of here. And LeBron will cap it off.
He's going for the 100, surely. I've wondered why we haven't seen some subs or a little bit of variety. We saw an early foul as well. I don't know if he has the time, but Jarreese is going to try and find out.
Maybe his buds told him, yeah, dude, they're clowning you for flopping out there. He's like, I'll show him. Off by LeBron James. Durant. Davis for three. Final seconds of this one, 91-65. And that's the way it'll end. Jarreese won game one with the Warriors. He's come back in the semifinals with the Lakers. And he is moving on to the final of the upper bracket, Nate. And I'm telling you, Impressive play by Ja Reese, and I mean it. He is the player to beat here today.
We talked about these narratives developing as the tournament goes along. Is there a favorite? Is there a meta at the moment? Ja Reese showing that he can do it with practically any team. I guess the only question remaining, maybe there's two. Number one, can he go on to win the whole thing? And number two, will we see yet another team involved?
Yeah, I mean, all we're waiting is really to see Sippy, who we're about to see on the lower side of the semifinal. And judging by the way that one goes, it might be a red carpet all the way to the end for Ja Reese. Here's the highlights. And really in this first quarter, I mean, it was back and forth. Both teams played really well. But as the game moved on, Ja Reese really started to stretch his legs with the Lakers.
I think it was a bit of working out from Ja Reese as well. What is the plan here? Am I going to assert my dominance in the paint, really use the height that I have to my advantage? We saw Don Vito use those 6'11 players. And so, starting at the end of the first, and particularly in that second quarter, the three-point shooting was unleashed. You see the smaller players unable to get there, the taller Brooklyn players, I guess, collapsing a little too frequently. And it really started to open up in that second term.
Yeah, the LeBron James. And I mean, what you're going to see is both these players were able to green. What you're not seeing in the highlights are the lowlights, which was Brooklyn turning the ball over about every third or fourth time down the floor. There's Harden with a nice play right there in the third. It was an 8-point game at that point. And it kind of stayed there for a while, but then LeBron James would start to pour it on. Westbrook would get his badge as well. A couple nasty jams there. That's when he got the playmaking badge. And he would take over from there. Big time win for Ja Reese. So he's waiting to see who is he going to be facing in the final of the upper bracket. Will it be Zay, who won a tight one with the Bucks? He'll face Sippy next. And of course, that moves Don Vito down to the lower bracket. He'll take on Aaron Rose. That should be a good one. See who's going to come out of that lower bracket to face the winner on the top side. But right now, I'm telling you, I think it's worth saying again, Nate, Ja Reese is not to be messed around with.
We are focusing on that upper bracket here on broadcast, but it is nice to see. It's good to have a competition where you do get that second chance. They're best of one games. It means if you lose previously, potentially you go home or you turn that console off and you're thinking, what could have been? The good news is, if you're Don Vito, if you're a friend of his, a fan of his, he's going to get another chance. We may well see him on stream again.
Well, let's take a look at Sippy. He's the only competitor we haven't seen so far. And of course, he's looking like he might come out with the Warriors here. 22 years old from Boston, Massachusetts. And I can tell you what, I've seen him in the Twitch chat. He's been watching a lot of the competition. He's 6-1 leading in to this grand final. Of course, all that's wiped away as this double elimination. If he can get a win here, he will be in the upper bracket final to face Ja Reese. But he's got a tough one against Zay. I mean, Zay was having a tough time guarding the paint, let me put it that way, in his game, but able to hold on with Milwaukee there. Let's see if he ends up changing and going away from the Bucks. But we're going to have Zay and Sippy coming up momentarily.
Looking forward to the variety of teams. How good is it? What do we got? Bucks, Lakers, Golden State, Brooklyn. We've got a lad from Boston now. Could we see the Celtics potentially brought out? I know they're not the go-to, maybe not the powerhouse that they were back
I like
in
him in
the
real
day.
life. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Tatum and all the players they got in real life. I would not suggest pulling them out in 2K with all this VC and prizes on the line.
We're not going to see Peyton Pritchard coming out there dropping 50. Disappointing.
It could happen. Of course, they're all trying to win the court, the custom court by Cam Reddish, a signed jersey by the man that plays with the Atlanta Hawks, former Duke Blue Devil. And we're waiting to see if it's Warriors and Bucks. That's the potential matchup. We don't know who Zay's picked. We're kind of hinting toward, maybe Sippy coming out here with the Warriors. Now, the Milwaukee does have some length to play defensively. The question is, do they got the speed to stay with Steph Curry?
Yeah, both on offense and defense, it was a little bit of a problem for the Bucks. It's going to be even harder up against the likes of Curry and Clay. Can you stick with them? Can you try and clamp them up? Can you just get a contest on the barrage of threes that is surely about to be unleashed?
And then on the other side, if it is the Warriors, you can't run that small lineup because, I mean, Draymond Green does have some strength. He does have some badges that do help him out defensively. But Giannis could almost back him down and get a lot of close shots if they are going to do it. Now, we know we got the Warriors coming out, and I'm trying to take a sneak peek behind the screen there to see who is potentially the other team. So K-Sippy is going to come out with the Warriors. You do see Steph Curry, that 96 overall. You know about the 99 3-point, all the badges that go along with it. He's a real problem, and it is going to be Milwaukee. So Milwaukee versus Golden State. Both teams can actually shoot the three ball relatively well. Of course, I'm going to give a little bit of advantage to the Warriors just because, hey, it's the Splash Bros.
You like it. It's the modern game. It's the way that it's played. But I think you might have caught it before, Scott. Giannis, who's going to be the man to stop the Greek freak in the paint? You've got Wiseman. Surely he'll get destroyed. Draymond Green, is he really going to be able to stick with him? I feel like maybe we're back to a little bit of 2K21, watching Giannis drive inside and be a bit unstoppable.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's why they're going through their playbooks right now, getting set up. It's a big part of anytime you're playing quick match. You know, those that take more time usually get more out of their team as it goes. And you're not going to see the ISO ball that you had a year ago. And certainly tournaments that you and I called where Giannis would just go down there and kind of play bully ball. That doesn't happen here in 2K22. And it's going to be K-Sippy. He's going to start off with the basketball. And there you see the speed of Curry. And Holiday knocks it away. Now, you do have a defensive point guard for Milwaukee. We'll see if Drew Holiday can live up to the task as DiVincenzo can't get it to go. I assume this is going to be a high-paced game as Curry knocks down the long two.
Well, that's what you want if you're the Warriors, if you're K-Sippy. Really speed things up, play it at your pace, try and blow the Bucks away. For Zay, it needs to be a little more considered. He needs to really take care of the basketball, see if he can use the height, and indeed, not just with Giannis.
Yeah, a little green in the paint. Rare green close shot, usually safe for AI players. And Curry using a lot of the patented Curry slide that gave people nightmares a year ago. And Wiseman coming down with the board. So going to stay with that height. You know, we talked about that in the pregame. Golden State's going to need more than just Draymond in the middle. And here is Giannis. And he'll use two hands for safety. 4-2 early, Zay. He was in one sweaty match last game, and that will fall. 1 point lead for the Warriors. So what side would you rather be on? Would you rather be the guy that's played one game already, even though it was a sweaty? Or would you like to be K-Sippy, who's probably been sitting back, sipping on some coffee, just waiting to play Zay?
Look, I've had the pleasure of doing this for many, many years now, and what I will say is that there's no one formula. Some competitors really thrive off being fresh, of not playing too much even during the week. And then there's some that are students of the game. They will practice every little play, every little jump shot of every player on their starting five, on their bench, maybe using other teams as well. I guess at the end of the day, it's what works best for you as an individual.
Curry off to Wiseman. Wiseman back to Curry. Long shot. And Giannis will come down with the board. Does have 2 points off to DiVincenzo. Former Villanova Wildcat. Spent some time in the G League. Two-way player. Now finds himself full-time with Milwaukee. Curry gets it off to Clay. And Clay just drives right to the hoop. A lot of people forget that Clay can take you off the dribble. Giannis. And oh my goodness. That'll get his attention.
He gave him all the space and time, just standing there in the paint saying, you're not going to take the three. He was sort of correct, took 2 steps inside for Giannis and greens the midi. You need a little bit more respect than that.
Here's DiVincenzo. He's got Clay on him. Over to Chris Middleton. Pass the corner for Giannis. Giannis working out of the corner and draws the foul from James Wiseman. The guy that played what? 1 college game? Something like that. And found his way into the league. We kind of got robbed. We didn't get to see James Wiseman get to play his college ball. He would have been a high pick no matter what he did, though. Easily could have been a trade out of high school guy back in the day.
Seemed like the Warriors had eyes on him, didn't they? They went out early and more or less said, he's the man that we want. They really needed a big, I guess, a few drop-offs from the roster. A few speculations. Will he be traded? I'm pretty sure he's one that will be there for a number of years to come.
Yeah, they're going to need him. Especially with some of the teams they face in the West. Milwaukee up 1 after the adjustments. Giannis. Yeah, dude, just get in there. Dude, go to work. I don't know what you're waiting on.
I think it is that the same thing as last time. It's almost a bit of an ego trip saying you're not going to take the 3 on, but at the first time he sat too deep. That time he sat too high. You still need to play some defense, even if it's passive.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this Iguodala on Giannis matchup. But I'm also not sure who you put on him. As that one finds its way home. So George Hill will try to stay with Curry now. Sippy. And that's turned away by the Greek Freak. Now out on the break. And Bobby Portis, that's 3 in the key. Bobby Portis got no business being down there. You put him way in the corner.
I know it's a video game, obviously, but you feel like if that's IRL, Giannis is giving him an absolute stare. Get out of my paint.
1-point game all of a sudden. 18-17, final 30 seconds of the first. Scott Cole, Nate Patrick hanging out with you. We're in the semifinals. And there's a nice screen. That's Grayson Allen, former Duke Blue Devil. Played with the Salt Lake City Stars of the G League for a while. With that Jazz organization. Giannis gets it off to Grayson Allen. And Giannis will put it back in. 3 seconds left in the quarter. Curry's got to get going. And Wiggins won't even get a shot. So at the end of 1, Zay 22 and K Sippy 17.
No surprises, really, Scott. Giannis with 10 of the 22 points. And then with 3 assists as well, I believe. So when he's not scoring them, he's drawing the double. And it leaves a man free to drain the midi or the 3-pointer. It is looking very good for Zay early on.
Here's George Hill. Try to get a Giannis, knocked away by Draymond. Draymond now on Giannis. See if that's a big change here in the second quarter. Curry! Stephen Curry then. Draymond with a steal. They can tie the game right here. Curry, and he does! It's Green. And take it away. Back-to-back steals. Curry with a shot badge. That's too deep. Milwaukee back the other way. Giannis. Quick first step. Now he's backing down. Wiggins. Off to Bobby Portis. Milwaukee up 2. Momentum was all with KCP and Golden State. Thought he had him crabbed. Misses the shot. Rebound. Bucks looking to push. Allen. And that screen.
A massive green with the man closing out in the corner. It does not matter if you time that shot. For KCP, what you will say is that with those threes raining down, every little bit of work that Zay does, you can just wipe it out almost immediately. Zay has to work it inside. Get it to Giannis. Use up almost all of that 24. Maybe you dish it off at the end. And then at the other end, KCP, put it in the hands of Curry. Doesn't matter if you're on the dribble, chuck up a three. It probably goes in. And it gets a bit frustrating if you say, like, how hard do I have to work for my points compared to what you're doing? And that will keep KCP in it.
27-25. People asking, how do we sign up for tournaments like this? You can go to compete.playstation.com and a shot from the corner. I gotta be honest with you, I have no idea who shot that. Gotta go deep into the roster. Hey, you gotta use your bench. We talked about it. That was Giannis's brother. That was the old Thanos snapping his fingers over there and knocking down the three.
Thanasis showing that he's more than just the hype man off the bench.
They got 3 players from Greece on their team. Giannis and his brother. And they got Georgios playing in his rookie year. We haven't seen him yet. These are going to be tough free throws. It runs in the family, trust me. And he misses. Clay trying to get it to Wiggins, got it back. Deep three, no good.
I don't mean to be mean, of course. It was just too accurate. It's only, I believe, a 46 free throw rating for Thanasis. So, yes,
that's not going to get it done.
You're lucky if you get one. Let's put it that way.
I don't like to go below 70. Anything below 70 on your My Players is asking for it. And Wiggins, the former Kansas Jayhawk, will get the hoop and the Harmon. He'll head to the line, and he's got a little bit better free throw. Former Player of the Year there in the Big 12, and makes it a 2-point game. Middleton.
Canadian, yeah, with 71. That's right on your asking point, Scott.
I haven't missed a free throw yet in 2K22 with anybody over 70, so. And that rattles in. 31-30. Here's Drew Holiday. Gets ahead of steam. Middleton. Boy, he's had some chances now. Uses Lopez. Back on top to Middleton. 3 in and out. Really have only seen Jairus in this tournament, Nate, have some consistent timing.
Middleton's one of those tricky ones. Obviously, he ends up getting the putback inside with Lopez, so it sort of covers the blemish a little bit, but you really need to have practiced it. It's one of those deceptive ones, very, very slow, and then the quick snap at the end. And you might find that he starts to pass it down, and indeed, try and look for some of these easy twos just to get back into a bit of rhythm.
34-33 now. And Clay.
There's a hand down that man's throat. Yeah. Goodness me, covered as much as you like. But again, if you know your timing, does it really matter?
That's why the green is king. As Wiggins will head back to the stripe. And he'll make the first. Lead now push up to 3. A couple substitutions there. Curry back in the ball game, as is Mooney. Moody could be an X factor. He's a guy that can hit a corner three. Christian Wood can't get it to go, and a putback. Well, you don't see many people holding down square when they go to the rim. Stephen Curry now trying to slide his way to another three. Gets it back in the corner. That's heavily contested. And DiVincenzo will come out of there with it. Gets it off to Christian Wood. And that's halftime. Warriors up 2, 38-36. I think I was calling that Christian Wood. That's actually Rodney Hood. Another Duke player. Been in the league 7 years. Nevertheless, going deep into the roster. Here's Giannis. Third quarter time. 38-36. As we hit the second half. Giannis trying to get a full head of steam, and he lays it in. We're tied.
And that's how you do it. As basic as it may look, it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3 Warrior defenders in there. He's got that length. He's got the finishing ability. It just makes sense to keep going back to that well.
I was excited to think that there was Christian Wood, who played with the Herd, which is their G League team. I was like, awesome, he's made it up to the big league. Nope, not him. Here's Lopez. And Giannis doing Giannis things. He's proved that he can hit that mid-range with the freak. And DiVincenzo played on the timing.
He doesn't get the score there, but that's Zay's first steal of the game. KCP had 5 steals at the half, so maybe Zay realizing he can be a bit more aggressive, have a bit more intent on defense.
Well, that was a big time rebound. Gold rebound chaser, pop it up there for Giannis. Holiday. Working against Curry. Yeah, there's no need. He threw a little L2 in there just in case. But he bailed out with Curry. He's doing a great job with Holiday on Stephen Curry. And there's another turnover.
There's the frustration. You see there just fouling immediately because Curry is, 8 for 17? There'd be decent numbers in the NBA, but in 2K, you need him hitting them at a much higher clip.
There's Middleton being hugged by Wiggins. Back out top. Good. (45-38). Curry working against George Hill. And Moody can't hit. Bobby Portis with the rebound. Is that Gary Payton II out there for the Warriors?
The mitten, I believe we go with.
Yeah, that is well deep into the roster. And back of the rim, no good. There's Payton over there in the left corner. And Curry will force one. Big rebound by Iguodala. And Wiseman gets it out to Curry, who's now on a frosty Christmas. Is that what we decided it was?
Christmas take. Yeah, Christmas takeover. When that comes up, we try and put a nice holiday spin on it, but it never feels good, particularly when that player is Steph Curry, the last man you want in a bad patch of form.
I don't think he scored in the quarter, Nate.
I'll back you on that. It's been low scoring for KCP throughout, and in this third term, it feels like Zay's had all the answers clamping him up on that perimeter.
Wiseman able to work it ahead. That's Jordan Poole. He's out there handling the basketball. Off to Giannis now. Coming up on him. 70 seconds to go here in the third to give it right back to Giannis. And yeah. Patty will knock it down. He's only got one setting. That's full go. And Iggy will get it back out top. Pull in the corner, no. I'm telling you, I don't think he scored in the third quarter. I'm pretty sure it wasn't at 38-36.
Here's the sight, though, for you, Scott. Giannis at the free throw line. Are you doing the 10 count inside?
See the Stam about at around 50%. So it's gonna be interesting how he handles that the rest of the way. I like to use some of these timeouts. You know, both of our competitors are not using any timeouts to their advantage, especially from a Stam standpoint.
Certainly helps to get them refreshed and back ready in the game when it counts. But maybe both competitors are seemingly happy. Of course, for Zay. But it feels like KCP's just using some of these bench players, trying to work in a little bit of something different. And maybe he'll have Steph ready to go for that all-important fourth term.
Well, Steph was on a cold ring. You have to take him out. You bring in Jordan Poole. He commits the foul. He's lucky that he's only down 6, if we're being honest. He's only had 5 points in the quarter, while Milwaukee has scored 13. And Giannis makes the second. 50-43, and the Warriors will use a timeout with 10.9
You get that timeout, Scott. Don't worry, they've been listening. I'm sure they've got it open, and they say, if Scott says it, I'll do it. But just interesting that he decided to deliberately foul Giannis. Obviously, plenty of time left in the game, but Giannis getting both of those free throws. Missed the first, greens the second. Maybe he feels that 1, maybe 2 points, not so bad at this stage of the game. Set yourself up for the last possession of the term.
Yeah, he's going back-to-back on the timeouts here. We've seen almost everybody for the Warriors. We've seen Gary Payton II. We've seen Jonathan Kuminga. And some of the familiar faces as well as Wiggins. Yeah. Can't take him with you. You can only take 4 into the final frame. And he'll use them all right here. And maybe steps off the cold ring after 3 straight timeouts. And Jordan Poole will bring it up. And Klay Thompson can't hit. There's a full court heave. That's off the mark. And we'll head to the fourth quarter. A tough one for KCP in the third. He's down 7, 50-43.
Can he get Curry firing? It is going to be simple, the game plan at some point in this fourth, but no less important. Get your star player with that 99 3-point rating, taking as many looks as possible.
They try to lob it up for Looney. No one's home. In the corner, DiVincenzo with a green. You're going to get some 3-point looks out of the 5 out, and now we got a foul. As Wiggins, who's actually played a pretty good game, will head to the line for the old-fashioned 3-point play. And he will convert. 53-46 now. Winner moves on to the final of the upper bracket to face Jarvis. And here's Drew Holiday. Shoots it over Poole. And an out, no good. Rebound, Draymond. Warriors want to run. Wiggins. Spin move. And Milwaukee will take it away. Now as DiVincenzo put his hand in the cookie jar. And now Giannis. No, back to DiVincenzo. And Poole hits Wiggins on the break, and all right, still 2 points.
Wondering, yeah, why he doesn't go and dunk that the first time of asking. But I think what you've seen in this opening minute and a half in this last term are the nerves on display. There is so much VC on offer. You want to stay in this winner's bracket, the upper bracket, and it's looking like KCP's got the momentum behind him. Can he make further inroads to this deficit?
Poole gets it off to Looney. Looney back up top to Wiggins, who lost it for a moment, guarded by Middleton. And draws the foul once again. Boy, Wiggins really getting it done from the free throw line. He's got 11 points. Timeout Warriors. Well, he's got the timeout strategy down now.
You sometimes see that from your opponent, don't you? After they make the first, try and put them off a little bit, but nope, that's a Warriors timeout. Really get the troops refreshed, ready to go for this last 3 and a bit minutes. Curry is out there. Wiggins is drawing contact well. Can he stop the scoring of the Bucks and Zay at the other end?
Mighty Ray's asking in the chat, is this a best of 5? No, double elimination. So the loser of this one will head to the lower bracket, while the winner will stay in the upper side of the upper bracket final. 53-49. Holiday, boy, had him crabbed. Giannis, boy, why are you jumping at that? There is no reason. And Steph Curry still on a cold ring. Dropping those attributes down, although they're high. And Klay Thompson, long rebound, will go back to Milwaukee.
It's just been wonderful defending Zay on Curry. You're going to look at Drew Holiday's stats after this game. It will not look impressive. There you go. No points, 1 board, and 1 assist. But what you don't see there is the absolute lock he has performed on Mr. Curry.
He's one of the best two-way guards in the league, especially at the point. And the lead has run to 8. 23 points now for Giannis, and Curry off the mark. And that'll fall.
There it is. First points for Drew, with only 2 left in the last term. Better late than never.
And that might have been the dagger, too. And he takes it away once again. Gold interceptor on display. And Giannis will cap it off. And he's held the Warriors to 11 points in the second half. Curry finally greens. Middleton. He's going to use some of the clock. Smartly so. Wide open Lopez. And the lead is 12. Curry's going to have to get hot here. I think he should have taken that 25-footer. And he turns it over instead. Holiday on the break. You got to use this clock, Nate.
Oh, it's just interesting at the other end. First and foremost, an easy 2, but he wants the 3. In the end, it's a turnover. And as you say, Zay will use every last second and make this comfortable indeed.
Early release there from Lopez. Final minute. Looks like Zay. What a sweaty one in the opening round. In a game that went down to the wire. Takes care of business here in the semifinals, and he's going to find himself facing Ja Reese. And the question is what team will Ja Reese use? We've seen him use the Warriors. We've seen him use the Lakers. While Zay has really stayed with the Bucks. Holiday. Bang. And Curry will bring it up. And it's all but over. I'm telling you what, Drew Holiday causing all kind of problems. Giannis with a big game. But really the defense in that second half holding the Warriors to only 14 points. Wow. And Zayton's going to be moving on to the upper bracket final to face Ja Reese. And he really did it defensively.
That last play was the perfect little snapshot, if you like, of the game. Curry left, right, Curry slide, doesn't matter what you've got. Drew will match you step for step. I would love to know what Curry actually shot at the end of that game. At one stage, he was 8 for 17. I dare say it ended a lot worse than that.
Yeah, and you got to give a little credit to Zay, right? I mean, he's the one on the sticks, able to stay in front of that Curry slide. Here's some of the highlights here from this upper bracket semifinal. And boy, we thought we were in for a doozy. I mean, the first half was really back and forth, Nate.
We thought we were going to have a lot more of a contest, particularly when Curry got a few early points and Giannis was maybe being held a little bit, but it wasn't just the paint domination from the Greek freak. He was able to, implement some vision. Zay was able to find not just some men open in the corners, but from mid-range as well. It's the shot that players in real life and in 2K don't want to take on. Zay decided he'd make the most of some easy twos from mid-range. It helped to open things up in that third term.
And Milwaukee really started to clamp down. You see, it was a 2-point lead for the Warriors there in the third. And then Milwaukee would hold K-Sippy and the Warriors basically scoreless for almost the entire third until Jordan Poole would hit that shot. And Milwaukee just able to hold on here in the fourth. And I think it really just came down to, of course, better use of the personnel, first and foremost. But Zay just had better stick in this game, as you see it right there. And Giannis would cap it off. 66-52. Zay moving on the final. Face Ja Reese. And you see we got to go as K-Sippy will slide to the lower bracket. He'll face Dorita, who we have not seen since the opening game of the day. And then Don Vito will take on Aaron Rose down there in the lower bracket. But tell you what, we've set up for a good upper bracket final between Ja Reese and Zay. And I got no idea what team Ja Reese is going to use, but Zay's coming out with Milwaukee.
Oh, it's the business end of the tournament. We couldn't be more excited to see which teams will be used. If it's the Warriors, can Curry be stopped again? If it's the Bucks, will you start locking up your opponent? And what about the Lakers? We've really seen the two ends, the two sides of what that team can do. Number one, no 3 points attempted. That's right, if you're tuning in, there literally were no 3-point shots attempted with the Lakers. A different competitor decides all I'll do really is shoot threes. AD, Westbrook, LeBron, they were all knocking them down. This next match is absolutely huge.
Yeah, this is the big one, right? To put you into the grand final. If you want to get involved, you're watching these tournaments right now, you're like, hey, I could get out there and compete. You could do so at compete.playstation.com. As we head to break, on the other side, we will have the upper bracket final. Will it be Ja Reese? Who knows what team he's going to bring out next, but he's going to face Giannis and the Greek freak of Zay on the other side. Come on back. And welcome back. What a Saturday it's been. Scott Cole and Nate Patrick hanging back out with you. We've been playing some NBA 2K22 here on PlayStation, and they're trying to win the court, a custom Cam Reddish court, signed jersey, all kind of VC, and we're getting closer and closer, Nate. We have 4 players remaining here, and only 2 on the upper side of the bracket that are hanging out. You see Jarvis and Zay. Aaron Rose has already moved on to the lower bracket final. We're trying to figure out, will it be K-Sippy or Dorita down there in that lower bracket final? But all eyes are on the upper bracket. 2 guys that have not been beat so far, Nate. When you talk about Jarvis and Zay, and Ja has been oh so impressive today.
Certainly in an attacking sense as well. And at the end of the day, I'm sure you've tuned in to see points scored. You want to see the big buckets, whether it's the slams, the 3-point shots. That's what we all talk about. I'm well aware. Zay, I think, needs a bit of credit for the defensive work that he's done. But hey, at the highlight reel, at the end of the day, it's not going to show Drew's lock defending. It's going to show all of those LeBron James threes.
Well, we've seen Jarvis with the Warriors. He was dominant. We've seen him with the Lakers. He was dominant. The question is, does he go back to either of those teams, or does he pick a third team? Who do you think will win? Will it be Jarvis or Zay? You can vote out there in the chat, and I wouldn't be surprised if he rolls out with the Clippers or rolls out with Brooklyn. But the interesting thing is, he's got to pick the best team that's going to match up with Milwaukee, and that means trying to contain Giannis down on the block.
You need to have that defensive pressure, particularly in the paint.
66%, yeah.
I'm with you. You got to work a way to do it. We've seen you can stop some of these bigs from rolling it is certainly an option to you to be like, you're not even going to get into that paint in the first place. And then when you're trying to post up, it's just not as effective in 2K22. So the options are there. We saw that Brooklyn went with some height before, just a match at the rim that did not work at all. So hey, have a look at your strengths. What is your preference, your best way of defending someone like the Greek Freak? And hey, if it doesn't work, maybe we go for a bit of a hackathon and we send him to the line instead.
I'm guessing Jarvis is going to come out with the Lakers here, just knowing, hey, I can put Anthony Davis on Giannis. The other thing Anthony Davis does is stretch the floor, right? So you get Giannis, Anthony Davis in the corner. You get Giannis guarding him over in the corner. That keeps him out of the paint. That leaves some nice lanes for Westbrook and LeBron James to drive, and that's just what we're going to get. Jarvis will be the Lakers. Zay has been the Bucks all day. And of course, the ever important setting up all your strategies ready to go. And this is crazy. The winner is in the grand final.
It's gone so quickly. We get so excited at the start, wondering what the narratives will be, who are the star competitors to look out for. All of a sudden, we've got a massive game. Elite offense versus elite defense. Which will come out on top?
Well, I'm telling you, yeah, that's the narrative, right? I mean, really, Zay showed us that he can lock you down with Holiday. He can play the passing lanes very well. And Jarvis is just yet to be stopped today. I'm telling you, only he can stop himself as we tip off the upper bracket final. And it will be Jarvis and the Lakers starting with it first. And hey, he had a few things in the adjustments that he has yet to work out, and he'll use an early timeout.
And particularly with those matchups, we had it highlighted by Shakedown at the top of show. Those one-on-one battles all over the court. You want to make sure that you're happy with your matchups because you don't want that game getting away from you in that first quarter. Most of these competitors, to their credit, have kept it tight, but we've seen in tournaments past an early 10, 15-point lead, and it can be very difficult to get any momentum back.
He's trying to figure out, okay, well, I got Anthony Davis guarding Giannis. Who is going to guard Brook Lopez? That might be where there's a little bit of advantage. Looks like Trevor Ariza and him are probably going to face off as, okay, an opening three by Westbrook. That seems a little crazy. As Drew Holiday is going to get rejected by James. Well, what a way to start it.
Maybe not what we expected either.
Giannis trying to drive on AD. The ability for the Lakers to chase down blocks. They got two of the best out there as far as badges go here in this game. Middleton. Boy, that's a nice little move on the perimeter. Ends up giving it up. Now you got to force something up with Giannis and can't time it in the paint. Westbrook off to AD, and that's not the mismatch that you want. If you're Zay in Milwaukee, you don't want Holiday on AD.
And we finally get our opening score. We're wondering where is it going to come from. But as you said, you force that switch, you get that height advantage. And at the other end, don't worry about mismatches. Giannis is too good for anyone.
Big game of 2K right here. Winner goes on to the grand final, and more importantly, they got to lose twice in that final, it being double elimination. So that's a big advantage to be perfect so far. It wouldn't surprise me if we see these two teams again, like these two players again. They've been the best we've seen so far. And good rebound there by James. LeBron working on DiVincenzo. Mismatches everywhere, and he'll just lay it in.
You hate to see it. If you say, we said, what are you going to do against an opponent who will try to take you inside? He tried to clamp him early. He was not successful, and that's not going to be a matchup he will see repeated.
Giannis spinning. Late, but it goes. He creates all kind of space for himself. Someone said in chat, LeBron is a cheat. Cheat code. I still think Anthony Davis is better.
You talking IRL, like for this season or in this game?
Yeah,
or?
for this season even, yeah. Not all time.
Okay.
But for this season.
Brow.
Yeah. And LeBron knocks that down. We did see that Jarvis definitely has LeBron's three-point shooting timing down, which is dangerous. And Anthony Davis will come out of there with it. And long rebound. I'm not even sure where I'd put LeBron on Laker greats. I mean, I don't know, 4 or 5. I got Wilt.
I'm not going there with you, Scott. I got to be honest.
Yeah,
I'd like to be asked back to do this again sometime. I'm steering well clear.
I got Wilt as 1. I think Wilt's one of the best players all the time. What a snatch block! Probably Kobe 2, Magic 3. See, I don't know. Didn't you lose? I mean, Kareem's got to be in there somewhere. Mm-hmm. And Milwaukee takes a timeout. Let's just say they've had a lot of good players in purple and gold.
That's Hoff bailout from you right there, Scott. Respect.
Of course, Kareem played for Milwaukee as Lou Alcindor back in his early seasons with Oscar Robertson. That was a pretty good squad back in the 70s. And George Hill in there now. Gets it off to Giannis. Anthony Davis got the rim protector badge. And it's getting bumpy out there. DiVincenzo in and out. LeBron, boy, you got to respect that shot. Lucky. And it's off the mark there.
Yeah, with the takeover, I guess we're just all expecting for Jarvis to start slashing inside. Instead, he's bluffing, pulling up for the 3, but they're not going at the rate he would have liked.
That was a big-time triple by DiVincenzo and blocked. As James gets turned away by Giannis. Giannis with back-to-back blocks. One of them of the snatch variety. And he's got his takeover now. There's Anthony Davis. That's a mismatch. Portis cannot stay with him. And just off the mark. Milwaukee wants to run. And Bobby Portis all alone, and it's blocked against the backboard. He did not expect to be that open. And AD straightaway 3, no. And at the end of 1, Zay 11 and Jarvis just 9. Very stingy first quarter.
I don't know what to make of that at all. It seemingly were two competitors that for the first minute couldn't get a bucket, then a run of scoring, and then it dries up again. Players in the game with takeover and then not being used for that specific takeover. It's a little confusing to analyze, but again, let's just say that Zay and Jarvis are feeling one another out.
It's hard to block. The finishing takeover of Giannis. LeBron back the other way, finishing through contact. He's got 7. A lot of usage coming from LeBron. Patty all alone, and he'll lay it in. Almost look like the fast twitch variety. They're on next gen on that layup as Westbrook gliding through, throws it down, and he's on the ground. But you got to recognize that, Nate, that Westbrook's on the ground. You come down here and it should have been a wide open 3 for George Hill.
Yeah, there's little moments in games, and we've seen how one bucket can be the margin of victory or defeat at the end of it. If you're not paying attention to these animations, you can and will get done. And there is the green with LeBron James. Finally, Jarry starts to get that timing back.
Here's Giannis now, down a point all of a sudden after the three by James. And he's going to try to back down Westbrook. Shot clock becoming a factor. Bobby Portis gets it out the Hill. Hill's got to force it up heavy. And somehow they come out of there with it. And Giannis, well, we're going to have a illegal screen well behind the play.
That is rough, but to be fair, Portis struggling to stand up to the strength, the size of LeBron, ends up doing it illegally. So, good idea, but the execution just not there.
And LeBron got to put a hand up. He's got 15 now. Shooting 60% from the field. And the Lakers up 4. Winner goes to the grand final. And AD in the passing lane. He'll scoop and score. Timeout, Milwaukee.
There is another one of those momentum plays, getting the hand in the lane, reading it, dunking it, and Zay rightly takes a timeout. May not make any real changes here, but just needs to compose himself.
Well, it's a 12-4 run here by Jarry. And here is Holiday. Working against Westbrook. Lopez back to Drew. And he goes up amongst the trees and draws a foul. You see John P. in the chat. Avid 2K fan, and that's sending out. Westbrook. Man, that's a scoop in. Nice job laying it in. Little finger roll action from Anthony Davis.
Keeps finding a smaller man in there as well. DiVincenzo on that occasion. AD will win that battle every single time.
There's Holiday. Little bounce pass out to DiVincenzo. Back to Holiday. And he's got to force that up. Heavily contested. Lopez. Midi for Portis, and he greens it. 5-point game.
Huge rebound from Lopez. Maybe a little fortunate that it fell to the weak side. But then the vision to kick it for the midi. Zay sees it, takes it up, and climbs back. Only 5 points in it.
Yeah, that's a hard foul from Drew as he pushes Russ to the ground. Sammy Sonic, good to see you on a Saturday. Welcome in. We're in the upper bracket final here, the Win the Coin tournament. We're trying to win that custom Cam Reddish court jersey and all the VC that comes along with it.
If you're just rocking up now, I feel a little sorry for you. You've missed some incredible games, but as Scott says, the best is surely yet to come. The winner with 450,000 VC, signed jersey, a one-of-a-kind custom court, and maybe most importantly, the love and respect of Cam Reddish.
Everybody that competed in the tournament got a special PlayStation court, but only one can take home the one-of-a-kind Cam Reddish court. And that will find its way down from Carmelo Anthony. Former New York Knick. And then he's got a resume of teams after that. 30-20. Jarry. Boy, he's starting to move a little bit with Westbrook. Does have that playmaking takeover, and he'll use the window and good. Middleton Gets it off to Lopez. Lopez for three. That's in and out. AD with the board, and here come the Lakers. Final possession of the half if they want it. Long three from LeBron. And DiVincenzo with the heave. And we'll head to the locker room. 32-20. Only 9 points scored in the quarter for Zay and the Bucks.
It's the equal biggest lead of the game so far. Jarice maybe finding Zay a more difficult opponent than those he's faced so far, but able to solve the puzzle as it stands.
And that'll go out of bounds. And that's loose. LeBron comes up with it. Good clamps. Menace badge making it. And that's really what Drew Holiday is all about. Gold menace, gold clamps. That is a problem. DiVincenzo flopping to the ground. Trying to draw the charge from the big fella. Zay's going to need some threes. Down 14. Try to run a little ball screen for DiVincenzo. Wasn't there. Giannis. And that's forced by Middleton. 27% covered. And he made it.
There is the benefit of knowing your timing. We talked about how competitors, some of them have practiced clearly the jump shots more than others. You can maybe get a gauge for that even just by whether they had the shot meter on or off. 27%. Don't even worry about it.
Reese, loose ball. Picked up by Middleton. Off to Holiday. He stops and pops. In and out. Lakers on the attack again. LeBron says this is how you do it. Montel Jordan style. And now Giannis has not been able to live up to the task of facing Anthony Davis. As he gets his shot turned away there. Still time to shoot. Middleton trying to back down Russ. Turns, fires, good.
Once again, it's a massive green in the face of danger. In the face, indeed, of your opponent. Able to perfectly time the shot. Ooh. And that's swatted away.
A race by Lopez. Milwaukee trying to get out and run. Nice shot by the Lakers getting back. And Brook Lopez, boy, had a little pep to his step there. As the takeover grows, so does the speed. When you see a player start really moving, you know he's getting close to takeover. Westbrook, Olay defense. They roll out the red carpet, and the Lakers now up 12.
That one hurts. If you're Zay, we saw it earlier on. You see it again now. The timeout. It will have little to do with tactics and more just a bit of frustration with yourself when you give your opponent an easy two in a game, not just as close as this, but as important as this, knowing that grand final is so close.
And YouTube sensation Shakedown, one of the OGs in the 2K community, will join us for that grand final. He was here for the opening game, and it's going to be interesting what he has thought, what he has seen from Jarice, which has been a whole lot of buckets. Trying to set a screen here for George Hill. Got some space. You got to pull that shot. Grayson Allen back over to him. And that's a turnover.
No frustration in the timeout, but the frustration in the foul. As you said, Scott had the perfect opportunity, not once but twice, for the open midi, just not confident enough to take it.
What a move. The spin and reverse jam from the King. 43-30. Giannis. A little double team action. Triple team now. Wide open Middleton. Broke. That was not the time for a clink. That would have cut it to 10. Instead, LeBron will finish and push the lead to 15. That was a big miss from Chris Middleton.
It hurts. You look back at those moments, as I'm sure Zay will, all these competitors will, when their tournament is eventually over. What could I have done differently? And sometimes it all comes down to the timing of a shot or two.
And Giannis will scoop it in. 45-32. Zay has got his back against the ropes. Here's the third quarter, lines down, and wow. LeBron, in his 18th season in the league, taking over this ball game. Middleton in the midi. Giannis ain't going to take that shot, and they'll have 12 to shoot after the deflection from AD.
A bit like Giannis IRL, I wouldn't mind Zay taking the three on, even if he doesn't get it, and I'm sure he's unlikely to. It just puts that doubt in your opponent's mind. He doesn't take the shot. There's a steal, a turnover, and a three at the other end. 18 points is the biggest lead of this game so far.
And that's the real difference between Anthony Davis and Giannis. Talk about some of those other big players, you know, Ben Simmons, just guys that can't shoot the three. And that will not count. 50-32. As we head to the fourth quarter, it's all Ja Reese. Zay had the lead in the opening frame, but ever since then, he's outscored Zay 41-21. As we start the fourth quarter, LeBron to Westbrook. I think you're going to see a lot of that this year. Westbrook's tremendous at slashing to the paint.
Exactly. You're spot on, Scott. I feel like it is a great little health check, if you like, key performance indicator. If Westbrook is scoring, if he's getting free and slashing in NBA and, of course, in 2K22, is a very good sign indeed.
Portis will rattle that one in. You see his minus 14 when Bobby Portis is on the floor. And Westbrook, well, had a head of steam there. Not a threat from the three-point line as he finishes it. He thinks he is, but we know he's not. And that's what makes the guys superstars, right? When you have all of those tools in your toolbox to work with. And if you're missing one of those, then you're just not the complete player. And that's why it's so impressive how Westbrook can get to the paint, because you know he's not going to shoot. Here's Ja up 20. A spin move from LeBron, forces that one up, gets his own rebound. And Carmelo could take that shot, but I think he wants to work the clock. Down to Anthony Davis, and he'll scoop it in. Timeout, Milwaukee. He has really not had to use Melo at all, even though he's been wide open.
Yeah, a little strange. I don't know why you wouldn't. Like, time on the clock, you're correct that the more that counts down, the happier you are. If you're Jay Reese, but Scott, he's up by 20. He's smashing it. Zay has barely managed 10 points a quarter. I think you can take those wide opens with Carmelo.
Here is Drew Holiday. I even think about maybe putting Drew on LeBron and just see if you can use that gold menace badge to your advantage. You got to do something and try to slow him down. Then, of course, who's going to guard Westbrook? And he does rattle one home with Russ.
Yeah, I'm very glad, not for the first time, to be behind the microphone suggesting what they could do and trying to implement it myself. This Lakers team is stacked, and if you get them shooting their three-pointers, it feels like there's little you can do.
I mean, this is like an all-star team. I mean, you throw Ariza in there, who's a former all-star. The problem is the age, right? If Anthony Davis has got to stay healthy this year for them to have a chance to go deep. Oldest team in the league. And Portis can't get it to go. And of course, Milwaukee is kind of oozing with youth. LeBron, too strong. And Holiday. All but decided, 62-40. So it will be Ja Reese in the grand final. And somebody in this tournament is going to have to beat him twice, Nate. That is a tall task.
I'll just repeat what I said from earlier. I'm glad it's not me. If you're wanting the how-to, I don't know if we've talked about, Scott, you've talked about players in their toolkit. I'm not sure we've seen another competitor have the toolkit of Ja Reese. He's able to defend. He's able to feel out his opponent and work out whether to attack the paint, take the three, or occasionally take the midi like Zay does on that occasion. It's tricky to know what to do, but maybe we're going to find someone to match this excellent competitor and fight it out for all of that VC, the custom court, and more.
67-42. It's hard to believe he was trailing in the opening quarter, 11-9. Since then, it's been all Ja Reese. So that's going to send Zay to the lower bracket final. And we'll see who he ends up facing. We know Aaron Rose had moved on. And we're going to look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of this one. See what that matchup is going to be down there.
Comment in the chat, by the way. I hope the Lakers play like this season. It is one of the things we love about 2K. You can replicate not just things that have happened, but things that you'd like to see. And I'm sure you'd love to see Ja Reese's Lakers be replicated throughout the NBA season.
Yeah, it's just injuries last year. And if they, they got to stay healthy this year to have a chance. 67-48, Ja Reese moving to the grand final. Is Scott Cole, Nate Patrick back with you here in our command center. And we're getting closer and closer to who's finding out who's going to win the court. And it's awfully looking like it's Ja Reese right now. I don't think he's had a game that's closer than 20 points unless he trolled us to a close game there in the game number 1 of the tournament.
We did have the earlier one where we were wondering, is this really what you want to be known for? Flopping on your opponent, threes with Wiseman at the end. It seems he's learnt from those earlier efforts, maybe just growing in a little more confidence, or as things get a bit more serious, maybe he does too. So much VC on offer. These are high stakes games for these competitors.
It was a tie one early there in the first quarter. Milwaukee was looking real strong. I mean, Giannis was denying LeBron at the rim, but as the game would move on, especially as those takeovers started to settle in, the Lakers would keep growing that lead. This was a big play by AD with the steal and the dunk, and really Ja Reese never looked back.
The defensive effort as well. I'm glad we've got at least one of those highlights in there. The big block off the glass. It wasn't the only one. He is so good at wearing you down, finding the right matchups for your players. And Giannis, while he had a few early bright moments, had little to contribute in that second half.
Well, it started not being able to get back, and LeBron to AD, and that would be the exclamation point. And Ja Reese is in the grand final. As you can see, Zay will face the winner between Dorita and Aaron Rose, as those guys working it out in the lower bracket. And the winner of that one will face Jarvis in the grand final. So we're getting closer and closer, but I have to say, I don't see anybody beating Jarvis, let alone once, but certainly not twice. He has been very, very dominant here today.
That's the plus side. If you are undefeated, you get through without dropping a game. You were quite right, Scott. He would need to lose twice. If he loses that first game, rather, it forces the reset, and then it truly is all to play for. I've got some notes here. I'm trying to look at things. Certainly, if we get to take a break, I'll come up with a little game plan. What do you do against this lad? Hit your threes is your very first starting point. He has been outscored in a few quarters from three-point range, but of course, then he's just taken his opponents inside.
Well, who's going to win this one? We got to focus on the lower bracket here. Will it be Dorito? Will it be Aaron Rose? Winner of this one will face Zay. Will it be a rematch as Aaron Rose lost to Zay earlier and Dorito lost to Jarvis all the way back in the first round, has kind of battled his way back here on the lower side of the bracket. And really everyone's like, hey, Dorito's he's going to be the one to advance. And hey, 100%, there's no guarantees. I can tell you that in NBA 2K22 or any year for that fact. But hey, when you get in that lower side of the bracket, you know it's going to be a grind the rest of the day if you're going to have a chance to get to the grand final.
It really is backs to the wall stuff, and sometimes that brings out the best of these competitors. We have in the past, rarely admittedly, but sometimes seen a winner come through the losers bracket. Maybe it brings confidence, maybe it's just a more carefree approach. You've got nothing to lose, throw everything at it and see what you can do.
I'm pretty sure, Nate, that both of these competitors at least started the day at some point with the Brooklyn Nets.
With a loss.
Yeah, and that firepower. So the Brooklyn Nets, I don't believe we've seen them win a game here. So it'll be interesting what's the matchup going to be in this one. And it does look like we're going to have Brooklyn versus Los Angeles of the Lakers variety here. And we'll find out quickly who is who. But I think it is going to be Aaron Rose, I think, back with Brooklyn, if I had to guess.
As you said, why are we seeing it? It feels a little perplexing, right? I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, it looks like Aaron Rose is actually going to be the Lakers because it's his pause.
Yeah, indeed. It feels like when you're selecting Brooklyn, you're almost putting extra pressure on yourself. They're just not quite at that level that you're looking for. Inside, they don't really match up well in the paint. The three-point shooting outside of KD hasn't been there, so maybe it's a bit presumptuous to say you pick Brooklyn. You take an L, but that's just how it feels today.
Just a reminder, we are on PlayStation 4, and we are getting closer and closer to finding out who is going to take home the custom court today by our friend Cam Reddish of the Atlanta Hawks, and a custom jersey. And hey, if you make it to the grand final, you're getting 450 KVC no matter what. And certainly that can go a long way as we're waiting for the players to select their playbooks, get ready to go. It's going to be Dorito with Brooklyn, and Aaron Rose will be the Lakers. Dorito will be the home team. And if you're Brooklyn, you just can't afford to really miss at all. I mean, you got to be very efficient, shoot at a high clip. And I don't think these players are ISOing enough when they're using Brooklyn. I mean, that's the whole point behind this team, is they're a great one-on-one team for the big three.
That is the system that you're going for, and as you rightly say, you know you're going to concede a lot. They just don't have the defense there. It is the criticism of them currently in the NBA. It is certainly the main criticism in NBA 2K22. You can't defend everything. Hopefully you do a few little things in the way to get in the way of some of those passing lanes, maybe some early fouls, but hit those shots. Otherwise, it doesn't look like Scott or I are giving you any chance at all.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Brooklyn a couple times, and we have not really seen them play well so far. Of course, we've seen teams be really good with the Lakers, and we've seen teams struggle being the Lakers. And hopefully at some point we'll at least see some balanced scoring and not all the points in the paint. That was a strange one, to say the least. As we started off, LA with the ball first. And Aaron Rose will use Dwight Howard for the dunk. And then Monk will commit the foul. Interesting, all those changes, and there is a timeout. I think you're going to see a change in the lineup for LA right here. So they'll look over the lineup here. It's not uncommon to get an early timeout, because you're sitting here going, don't want Dwight Howard in there. Well, maybe he will keep him in there. Westbrook at the point, out there with Carmelo and LeBron. AD is really the X factor. He does it on both ends.
I think the only question I had around Davis was that three-point shot. Can you get the timing down? Competitors have shown it is very doable, and when you start to do that, it opens up so much more of the floor. It may only be a 75 rated three-point shot, but it is certainly greenable.
I think it's very deadly from the top of the key. You know, when you're in the corners, it's pretty quick, but when you can get out top of the key, slow that jump shot down. We've seen a couple of our players be able to knock it down, especially Jarvis. Here's Zarita and James Harden. That's a quick drop off of one. If you're a guard, really, if you're anybody, that's one of the dunks you want to put on your dunk package here in NBA 2K22. And wow, little two-man game down low. Rita back to Harden. Harden forces it up. Rebound by Howard. Here come the Lakers. And LeBron. Boy, look at this pace. I mean, it was rebound, one pass. They found LeBron, and he finished it off. 6-4 here early.
Different competitors going to take it at their own pace, but as we talked about a little earlier, this is the last chance saloon. If you want to get to the grand final, this is the one for you, with competitors already taking an L. This second one will see you out of there. Dorita going hard at it early with James Harden. A lot of competitors will find his jump shot tricky to use, and that three-point, despite being famous for that step-back three, it's only 86 rated. So can Harden be one of those players that Dorita uses to get some competition going with this Lakers side?
He's got to have space or have takeover. And there's Durant, who I think should be taking 80-90% of your shots. 1 point game. Westbrook working on Joe Harris. And that's taken away. Up to Kyrie, who gets one of his first touches, and he turns it over. LeBron back the other way. And good defense. That was Harris getting back along with Blake Griffin. And yeah, that's what you do when you play with Brooklyn. Should be the Durant show.
Contested or not, if you green it, they will go in, and it just looks so pretty when it does. At the other end, all of a sudden Aaron taking double team contested shots at the rim. Turnovers will help with that.
12-12. There's Harden, and he'll drop it in. I think Kevin Durant, not only one of the best players of all time, he might be the best offensive player in the history of the game.
It's a big call, but I think I'll come with you for once.
Yeah, he is a big time problem. He's got speed, right? He can get space, and if you try to put someone smaller and lock him down, then he just shoots over you. If you put a big guy on him, then he just goes by you.
Spot on. Like, the inside and outside scoring is there in the NBA, in real life and in 2K. That three-point shot on 89, 98 rated midi, 95 layup, 85 driving dunk, and then we can start talking about what he can do in the post. It is hard to know how you're meant to stop him.
Yeah, he can get contact dunks. He's just a real problem. Then you talk about all the badges he has on top of that. Well, a little timeout here, an extended timeout. Trying to get all those adjustments in. And really surprised to see Monk out there. He's a young player. And he does give a little speed to that Lakers lineup. They do get Dwight Howard out of there. And James will lay it in. Brooklyn with a 1-point lead. Behind that man, Durant. And Durantula once again with a big-time three.
Yeah, I like that you touched on Monk earlier. Maybe more in 2K a go-to than in the NBA itself. He does have the second highest three-point rating in the side and a few shooting badges to boot.
Down to Westbrook. That's a heavy down in the paint. Brooklyn coming out of there with it. Blake Griffin. Out to Kyrie Irving. That's a tough catch, and he still makes it. And you know, you get a little playmaking from Irving, find Durant. That's a tough combo. And it's taken away by Durant. Shot creating takeover. That's too deep. Well, he pulled up way too early. And Blake will turn it over.
So big moments going past Dorita. It was a 3-on-1 and somehow blew it by taking that early shot with KD. Thankfully, some good defense will mean he's able to continue, maybe even increase on his lead here.
You got to go to Durant here. He's got the takeover. You got to go to Durant. I mean, you can be brain dead and take a shot out there. And he lays it in with Blake Griffin. And certainly Griffin's got some mileage on him. There's a lot of players in this contest right here that's got some serious wear on the tires. Been a long time since Blake Griffin was jumping over cars in the dunk contest.
Weirdly shown a little bit more athleticism lately, taking on some big dunks again, but as you say, not quite the ones of the past.
It's tough to hit a 30% covered. And the crazy thing is, I mean, and it happens to players. It happens to me. You play better without the badge than you do with it. Sometimes you get the badge and you start forcing things, and really taking that long three. I mean, he could have a huge lead. And Durant still has a little bit more takeover. It's a shot creating badge. Uh-oh.
Mr. Griffin, what's going on?
All right, now he's moving. I don't know if they did that a gentleman's agreement because of the early timeout after the jump ball to start the first quarter. That's a possibility. And LeBron with a standing dunk. I think we got a good game here, Nate.
Yeah, Aaron yet to really start using the perimeter, as we've talked about with the Lakers. Very tall, very strong when it comes to finishing at the rim. But it would be good to see a bit of variety. It doesn't feel like any competitor has succeeded so far today without embracing the three-point line.
And Anthony Davis brings us back to just a one-possession game. Here's Durant. You got to take that shot. There you go. Bang.
That's how you make one. Scott Cole very happy. Take the middies with KD. Take everything with KD.
He is Hall of Fame hot zone hunter. And pretty much the entire floor is red hot for KD. Look at Harden getting some space here. You got to go all the way to the rim. I'd be a fan of seeing KD in the pick and roll. What a shot by Harden. If that starts going in, Rosé's going to be in some real trouble.
Yeah, watch out. Well, Harden might be one of those tricky jump shots to time. Dorita does it there while being contested.
And KD again. He's an absolute sniper.
Illegal to score outside of 7 seconds here, Scott. It's just the yeet to the other end of the court and then the 3-point or the layup at the rim. No one's taking any time.
Yeah, certainly a lot of players, including Kevin Durant, have that lucky 7 badge, which gives you a boost in the first 7 seconds of the possession. So if you take a shot before the 17-second mark, you get a boost. Don't see a lot of that in Pro-Am. But you do see a lot of it in Park. You do see a lot of it in my team. Which is probably the only time you see it in Pro-Am or Rec. Uh-oh. I don't know what that means at the bottom, but I'm scared.
I was going to say he's already in an event. Brother, if you've got another one planned, can I suggest sticking with the one you're in right now? I don't think you're going to find anything else that's offering you this amount of VC, or the custom court indeed.
I think he had some probably letting him know that you got to get out there and maybe get some of that double XP that's going on this weekend out on the cruise ship on PlayStation 4 in the city on PlayStation 5. We're going to have some changes here. We got a 1-point game. If you're a fan of scoring, we've had it.
It doesn't matter who it's with or in what style. We've had some lovely contested threes where the shot's been perfectly timed. We've had some full court lobs, some well-worked post play. It's had something for everyone. And again, I think we'll repeat it once more at least. Lovely to see the variety of teams and the different ways you can use them.
Westbrook's got to get a higher rating, right? I mean, 86? I mean, I admit that he can't shoot the 3, but 86?
He is, would you say, the most polarizing player in the league? Like, the stats are incredible. A triple-double machine, particularly last season, but then everyone points to his turnovers, his lack of consistent three-point shooting. It does feel like a love-hate thing with Russ.
And Anthony Davis. Nothing polarizing about that. We got a 2-point game. I'll make it 4 him. Quick scores. Westbrook able to get it to go. 40-38. And Harden will bring it up. He's got the playmaking badge, as does Westbrook. I mean, right now, you should be giving it to Harden and then giving it to Durant. That's the formula when you have the playmaking badge.
Yeah, Aaron certainly looking at those passing lanes and seeing if he can steal it. Dorita maybe realizing that and just taking it to the rim for 2. So I think for Aaron, it's limitation at this stage.
Well, that's when you have these next level players, right? When you watch, some of these tournaments that we have done, you come down here and you got to set a play up. And that's what he's trying to do. Instead, he just keeps going 5 out. Right now, you got to set a play up for Durant, to come off a screen as LeBron ties us up at 42. Boy, this one's been a doozy.
Which way is it going to go? If you're watching on in the Twitch chat, let us know. It feels way too close to call.
Blake Griffin from the corner. That ain't it, Chief. Final 5 seconds of the quarter. Back out to Westbrook. Westbrook to LeBron, and it'll count. And Dorita has been strong, but went away from Durant in that second quarter. After a big first half, James Harden leading all scorers with 21. And it's the Lakers and Aaron Rose with the lead, Nate, as we head to the second half.
Maybe it's that takeover. You sort of get your blinkers on. You're not really aware of what else is around you. You see that Harden is about to break some ankles, find some dimes. You forget that you have one of the all-time scorers out there. I'm sure he'll switch on now in the third and go back to what was working for him oh so well.
44-42. Here's Dorita. Nice job crabbing with Durant, and he'll scoop that in. Little slithery finisher action. What badge does this Durant character not have? As Monk uses two hands.
He has 47 of them, so there's more he has than he doesn't, put it that way.
Irvin back out to LaMarcus Aldridge, which in fairness is one of the easiest shots to time. And has been a fan of jump shot creators for a long time. Not as of late, but in earlier 2Ks for sure. $46 apiece. A little over 9 minutes left in this one. Winner keeps playing. Come up short. Your road comes to an end here on a Saturday. Harden. Boy, had some space for a moment. He's doing a great job. He's playing off ball with Anthony Davis, as you can see. He's not playing on ball. And when you got a player that's playing off ball, Nate, that's when you got to use plays.
It's something that will probably develop for these competitors as the season goes. Maybe it's just not comfortable for them right now. Maybe, a month and a little bit is just not enough time as Westbrook takes it to the rim. So they're sticking with what they do know. Maybe that will be the separation, the difference as we get towards the end here.
Lakers up 2. That's Aaron Rose trying to keep his hopes alive. 50-46. Well, his points in the paint. He's got. Did I see that right? He's got 42. Aaron Rose, if you didn't see his earlier match, he scores about 95% of his points in the paint. He does not take outside shots. Got to have the scouting report, Nate. You got to know who you're playing.
Some really good D at the other end, to be fair. If you're not going to shoot that three ball, you're not going to get huge, quickly increasing leads. What you can do is play some good tight D to make sure you make the most of your possessions. And there was no way through on that occasion. And there, the deep two. He's so close to the three. Scott, one more step back and you can unleash, son, please.
I'm telling you, I'd be a fan of going zone against Aaron Rose. Harden gets it blocked. Now rim protector badge on blast for Anthony Davis. Former Wildcat from Kentucky. Up ahead to Westbrook. Westbrook over to Monk. Monk. And that's a turnover. Brooklyn wants to run. Irvin. And he'll scoop that in. Back to a 4-point game. Coming up on 2 minutes to go. 52-48. Here's LeBron-tron. Gets it off to Anthony Davis. No. Brooklyn in transition once again. You got KD all alone under the basket.
There's a reason you see that foul being taken nice and early on in transition. He gets free, does Durant. You know he's going to hit it if he gets it. So what do you do? If you're Aaron, well, foul nice and early. As you see there, beautiful replay from the broadcast team. Little moments like that really do add up at the end.
That's where your teammate yells at you and you're like, man, I'm trying to pass it. I'm getting fouled. I wish I could. As we head back to action here. Coming up on 1:45 left in the third. Winner keeps dancing. Loser, well, they might be playing from home, so I say they can't head home, but they'll be out of the tournament. And that's snatched away. Dwight Howard. LeBron backing down Harden. There's Claxton siding in there. And he's the one that comes up with the block.
Had the open three in the corner, didn't want it, but also had one with Harden and didn't take it. Dorita, instead, it's the go-to man, but it's an easy read from Aaron.
You got to call some timeouts if you're Dorita here, because Kevin Durant has about 35% stam left. You can use 3 timeouts right here if you're Brooklyn. It's the little things, Nate.
Attention to
His
detail.
entire team is gassed. He's taking threes with Blake Griffin.
And we talked about things that Brooklyn maybe aren't so good at. Defensively, there's a few passengers, and then stamina. You're quite right, Scott. It's going to be drained nice and quickly, particularly if you've got them doing a lot of defensive work as well. Take those timeouts. This is your last effort for one of these competitors. It's your last game of the tournament. Do not be wondering. Do not be waiting. Take your time in your decision making and get your stars as fresh as possible.
Thought we were going to see Patty Mills. He was in there for a moment. And James Harden quickly back in.
That's just for me when I play. When we're done here after the grand final, all the adrenaline will be pumping. I'll make sure that the Australian Boomers are in their NBA teams.
Well, it's a 6-point game, but it certainly feels like all the momentum is with Aaron Rose and the Lakers right now. I mean, you know, having your stam high as it can be affects everything. Your shooting, speed. And the Nets will finally start using some of these timeouts.
They've got the broadcast on. I have no doubt.
Well, it's a 6-point game. I mean, what has Dorita got to do here? He's really gone away from Kevin Durant.
I wouldn't mind just a little bit more ball movement and then not hesitating when you have that half open three. I appreciate that there's some taller timber out there that probably won't drain it, but we've seen Harden now in the last few possessions have half a look, and clearly Dorita does know Harden's jump shot timing. There's some competitors that would be a little reluctant. Dorita is more than capable. It's time to start pulling the trigger in those little half chance scenarios.
Well, here we go. Hopefully at some point they know you can just smash your way through these timeouts.
Guess there's just the small risk that your opponent does actually change something indeed. So trying to match it so that you're not caught off guard.
54-48. They could use Steve Nash out there right now, I can tell you that. Is he able to suit up? There's Frank Vogel. Headband for the Lakers. As we got 40 seconds to go, you won't see any more timeouts here. It was kind of those were 3 use them or lose them timeouts, and we got an and one. That was a heavy layup, fighting through the contact, and AD gets 3 points the old-fashioned way. 57-48 now. Harden all the way to the rim, and as he's fouled by Westbrook. So Jimmy Harden will knock them both down. I think the chef days are behind Harden maybe as Howard lays it in. $59-50. There's a pause by Dorita. Get some changes before we go into the fourth quarter.
I'm sure
this last 20 seconds Has
It's got
been
to be a
while.
little frustrating as a viewer, sure, because you're keen to enjoy the action and seeing how this one is going to end, but I guess appreciate the circumstances that the competitors are facing. No longer is there a second opportunity. If you lose here, you are done. Win, and the shot at all that VC and more is still on offer.
Everybody's taking home a little VC, but the further you go, the more you cash in. And finally, Griffin hits a three. He has missed several from beyond the three-point line, and the lead has been cut to 7. Here's Russ working through the paint, and you don't have time for that pass. So we head to the fourth quarter, 59-52. Aaron Rose up 7 with 5 minutes to play.
Was a big bucket at the end there. Griffin has had the opportunity to shoot, but Dorita, as we talked about, has passed those little half moments down, decides that the 79 three-point rating is more than enough on that occasion, gets the green beam, and now it's just 7 in it, a massive quarter of play remaining.
And LeBron can't get it to go. Durant has got to take over here in the fourth quarter for Dorita. I mean, take the shot. Yes, sir. 4-point game. And Dwight Howard gets an easy one. 2 old-timers trying to make their way back. And LaMarcus Aldridge and Dwight Howard. Harden. So it's a 2-possession game. It's LeBron on Durant. That's the key matchup right now. Gets it in. And what a screen. No, can't hit. That's the difference between having the meter on and meter off, Nate.
Maybe could have just taken that extra moment to come to a complete stop as well. Very easy for us to say. I'm well aware. I'm not trying to pretend like I could do much better. But it's our job to analyze, potentially criticize. And that screen was huge. You called it, Scott. He got absolutely bodied on there. There was no one coming to help. Decided to take it on that half step, and the timing not good enough.
63-55. That was a big miss. Harden. And they get it out. KD. He's trying to come to a complete stop. Gets it down to LaMarcus Aldridge. Back out to Durant, who's got to take a shot here from the midi. No, he drives all the way in and scores. You know, Brooklyn's always got an opportunity to go small ball, too. Put KD at the center. Cause a real mismatch. As Anthony Davis lays it in. Here's Harden. I'd at least have Joe Harris in there for Blake Griffin, just from a three-point perspective. There's Aldridge. No! Denied! Anthony will walk it back. And Aaron Rose starting to use some clock. Howard gets it out to LeBron. LeBron, fatigue starting to become a factor for him. The fadeaway jumper. And Aldridge comes out of there with it. Here's Durant. And he'll make it. Early on the release, just slightly, but wide open. He's cut it to 5. Yeah, he's just a player, Nate, that you got to force the ball up with him when you're talking about KD.
There's a reason we keep banging on about it. He's the go-to, even if that shot isn't perfectly timed, even if he doesn't technically have one of the higher three-point ratings. It always looks so sweet. I'm with you on this small ball. I believe the reason is that he's just trying to get the height to compete with the Lakers offense. They've got so much tall timber that can get in there, back you down, and finish over the top, but with only
He's
2.5 remaining.
Anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. At this point, if you were going to take the chance, you need to do it about now.
66-60, 2:34 to go. I mean, it's only a 2-possession game. For some reason, that 6 points seems like a chasm more than a gap.
Have a look at the assists. Maybe that's part of what it's been. The Lakers have been passing it around well. Aaron's been able to find players cutting inside, finding players free on the perimeter for Dorita. It's been a lot more forced, a lot of back and forth shuffle, a lot of KD ISO, but it's working, and it has him still in contention.
Here's Harden down in the paint. Out to KD. He's calling for a screen. He's in the mid-range, and he'll dunk it with KD. 5-point game. You also start thinking about fouling right now, too, especially if Dwight Howard happens to touch the basketball. I wrap him up. And here's Durant. The question is, does he have enough energy to finish the game? Stops and pops. And as you said earlier, Nate, you got to come to a complete stop to have the consistent timing.
Once again, it's an early release. It's hard to watch. You really feel for Dorita. It's now a 10-point game coming out of that most recent stoppage. It's not been great, but if you keep greening them, you keep giving yourself a chance.
7-point game. You got to have that turnover. No. Somehow it got into AD. Monk for three. Bang. That might be the dagger. 10-point lead. Here comes Durant. Does have the shot creating badge, so now he can take those off balance shots. Don't have to come to a complete stop when you got the takeover. Once again, Aaron Rose has not hit a three-pointer in this tournament. He's not going to take a long shot. And Anthony Davis is just too much.
To his credit, he's made it work. I don't know if it's enough to win the entire tournament, but it will be enough, it seems, to get through this contest. He keeps finding the open man. He keeps hitting them with the pass, and it's the vision that has separated the pair.
He's going to be taking on Zay, who's been playing with the Milwaukee Bucks in that lower bracket final. Got some thoughts on that impending matchup?
I can only credit the different styles once more. All we want is a bit of variety, different teams, different setups, different players getting involved. And it's lovely to see the full variety of our sport on display.
And Durant with another three. Just didn't use them enough. And certainly when you're playing quick match or my team, it's all about the mismatches. And maybe a little small ball would have given these Lakers some trouble trying to make them go small. You know, bring in Ariza and Bazemore. Kind of played right into the strength. Here's Durant. Will fire one up. In and out. And that'll do it. And not a three, but LeBron makes it a 9-point game, and that's how it end, 85-76. Plenty of points. Dorita unable to get the stops, and his journey comes to an end here in this tournament. But Aaron Rose will continue to dance as he'll take on Zay in the lower bracket final. Scott Cole, Nate Patrick back with you here. And now we're getting very, very close to find out who's going to win the court. Who is going to face Ja Reese in the grand final? Will it be Zay? Or will it be the man you just saw, Aaron Rose, the guy that all about points in the paint?
There's a way of doing it. We might not like it, we might not prefer it, but if it works, it works. Maybe it's just for another story, potentially, Scott. He's going to wait to hit that 3 to win the tournament with it. I don't know. Seems a little far-fetched. But hey, the Lakers have plenty of strength, plenty of scorers inside that paint, but the vision to find them. Some of them, yes, were turnover points, but a lot of them came from dimes, from assists. Some of them were full-court lobs. Some of them little mid-ranges. And either way, you find the Laker bigs open. More often than not, you find your way to the basket for 2.
Well, he was really rolling. When he had Durant and Harden going, you're like, oh, man, we got a ball game here. But the defense by Anthony Davis has really been the staple for anybody using the Lakers in this tournament. And it came down to it. That snatch block from Howard, had a couple more blocks in there. And really from this moment on, it was all Lakers. A little three-point play from AD. And it would be Aaron Rose really dominating that fourth quarter.
And credit to Dorita, because I don't think at any stage we were saying it's a foregone conclusion.
No, absolutely
it was still
not.
Technically a contest. But you're right, Aaron, always that little bit in front. Whenever he was questioned, he found an answer. And with the occasional 3 there on offer, even if it has to be when a player is on takeover, if you have that core game plan and you've rehearsed it, why not bring it out in the big matchups like this?
No rest for Aaron Rose. It'll be Zay and Zay again. Remember, they faced way back in the Zay v. Zay matchup all the way back in the upper bracket. It was Zay getting the best of him. He's got to do it again to face Jarvis again, who is just sitting back relaxing in the grand final. He's like, hey, go ahead and make that jersey out to me from Camp Reddish. But no, not all settled yet, as we are getting close to that lower bracket final, then the grand final. I think at some point, Aaron Rose has got to prove he can make a three-pointer. I'm telling you, I'm coming out in like a 2-3 zone if I have to. I'm packing it back in the paint. But all we've seen is man-to-man against LeBron.
It feels like he's only confident with that three-point shot when he's got a player with takeover, of course. Depending on your player, it will give you an attribute boost, and maybe that's the little thing to get you into the 90s, to make you confident that your threes will hit. But if nothing else, for spacing, to put that doubt into your opponent's mind, you need to take a few three-point shots if you're going to be that champion today, if nothing else.
Well, who will win? You can let us know out there in the chat. Will it be Zay or Aaron Rose? Here in the lower bracket final, the winner will face Jarvis. I'm telling you, I'm a big fan of Zone and 2K, and a lot of it is because it makes your players face the basketball, right? And when they're facing the basketball, there's a high chance for turnovers. And I think that's what you got to do when you're facing Aaron Rose. You got to get in these passing lanes and just see if you can turn them over. Anybody can do it. It's Zay. He's shown he can do it with Milwaukee. And, of course, on the other side, Aaron Rose is like, hey, I played this team before. I got to figure out how to handle Giannis. It's going to be Giannis versus AD again.
We saw how that went the first time. I'm not sure too many of us want a repeat because it was very one-sided. Indeed, but that's the beauty of this double chance opportunity in this tournament. If you get an opportunity to right those wrongs. Maybe you've practiced things in the game since. Maybe the classic, when the game's done, you think back, oh, I wish I did this. I wish I tried that. Now is the opportunity to put that best foot forward, win those key matchups, and play basketball, play 2K your way.
It seems like the chat thinks that Aaron Rose has got a 66% chance to win this one and keep moving on. We haven't seen him face Jarvis, although we have seen Zay face Aaron Rose and face, but hey, that was a long time ago. That was several hours ago that Zay and Aaron Rose played each other. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was Lakers-Bucks. So probably going to get a rematch right here.
Let's find out. You're not wrong often, are you, Mr. Cole? We're going to get the rematch. And again, I love this because it shows the confidence. It wasn't so much that I picked the wrong team, that my players aren't up to it. I just wasn't good enough in that game, but I know that I can be, and now it's time to display that in front of the thousands of people watching on.
Well, it will be Lakers and Bucks as we thought. Anthony Davis, I think he's still the X factor. I mean, LeBron, certainly he takes a lot of gravity, right? A lot of eyes on LeBron, a lot of eyes on Giannis, but when it comes down to it, it's the play of Anthony Davis because he's 3-level. I mean, he can beat you under the hoop. He can step out and hit a 3, and he's a menace on the defensive end. And so you got to stay away from number 3 when you're trying to go to the rack.
I guess the question was all about that number. Will he be that threat outside? He has it obviously coded into him as a player within 2K, but it's another thing entirely as a competitor using that player. Do you have the confidence to time it? Are you good enough to take it on depending on the matchup? So far, so good in that equation.
Here we go. And we got a foul. Monk right off the rip, and then you'll get a timeout. This is customary, and it's because they don't want these starting lineups.
It's happened in every game so far. I don't mind it. It gives us more of a chance to review the stakes, have a think about what matchups we'd be looking at, and of course, the all-important tactical discussions. Yes, they get changed as the game progresses, but once more, if you lose, you are gone, and it is all over. There is no more time for wondering what strategies to bring out, wondering what matchups will work in your favor. It is the opportunity to display the best type of 2K that you're capable of.
Well, here we go. They'll set up their playbooks, set up their strats and their lineups. But I'm telling you, it's all about Giannis, and then the mixture of Anthony Davis and LeBron. There is some role players out there, but I'm telling you, Aaron Jose is not taking threes. Watch him just come out with a totally different strategy and start bombing it. I think it's just simply that he's not confident with his shooting and his timing.
Couldn't agree more. If there was an opportunity to change that, maybe take a risk or two, this is the game.
And DiVincenzo somehow got that to go. There's Westbrook. And we got a foul. It'll be the first on Brook Lopez. We have seen Lopez play big for Zay. There's Carmelo trying to drive on DiVincenzo. And there's Anthony Davis. I do like him packing it back in the paint, though. Make him chunk it from the cheap seats. Here's Dwight Howard. Back to AD. LeBron. This is just a tall lineup. You know, Westbrook, the shortest player out there for the Lakers. And Anthony Davis. Four quick points for AD. And Brook Lopez. That could have been a midi. Instead, DiVincenzo in and out on the three.
Early that one. Unfortunate. Excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, Aaron missed with the steal. And the player with that animation just sent all the way out of the half court. But Zay doesn't make it count.
Said it before. Not a fan of the meter. There's a very early. And Zay wants to make some changes here.
It's funny, with all the personal preferences within 2K, again, personally, I see that shot meter and I'm just disgusted. I'm appalled. I wouldn't ever put it on, whether it's in Park, whether it's in Play Now, or anything in between. But these competitors have gotten to this stage for a reason, and maybe
absolutely.
Just not confident.
Yeah, some people like the meter. Some people do believe they shoot better with the meter. You got to certainly time it better. No margin for errors with the meter. And Carmelo. Look at that. The steal in the three. Wow.
How old is he again? Excuse me, with the
At least
the reach,
100.
the drive. Goodness gracious, Carmelo of old.
He's never seen a shot that he doesn't like, that's for sure. We don't know if he had the hoodie on pregame, but we assume. And Giannis, that's the long athlete layup package. Literally drops it in the hoop. And Westbrook, he's down.
Goes down hard after some of those dunks, doesn't he? We saw it before. It should have led to points at the other end, and maybe you just need to be a little careful should you choose to finish at the rim with Westbrook.
And that'll go out of bounds and stay with Milwaukee. 9-4 here early. I'm telling you, Aaron Rose, he's got a little bit of momentum coming off that last game. Zay's had to sit for a bit and maybe fix his wounds after playing Jarvis. And it's a 2-point game. Jarvis has got his feet up somewhere, I can tell you that, as Westbrook finishing at the rim once again. That's one thing you'll say about Aaron Rose, Nate. I mean, he shoots a high percentage. Talking 80, 90%.
Yeah, I guess being reluctant in taking those outside looks has its positive. A lot of competitors will say that a safe 2 is better than a risky 3. And I guess Aaron Rose will be using that mantra until the very end, successful or not.
I just don't think DiVincenzo can play in this game. I like DiVincenzo, but he looks like he's about 5'6" out there among these Lakers players. And Ja Rule at the
6'4", I think, is he?
Yeah, yeah.
But you're quite right. Out here in this very much grown man game, don't know if he really has a matchup that he'd like.
Yeah, I think I'd put Giannis at the 3, maybe Bobby Portis at the 4. He brings in Portis now. Takes out Lopez. Just a 2-point game, though. No reason to get crazy. And Dwight Howard with an easy one. Lead back to 4. Here's George Hill. Newly into the ball game. Patty C also out there as well. And, wow, taken away.
The worst feeling in 2K when you green time it and it's snatched out of the air. It hurts.
Lead pushes 6 now, 17-11. Winner faces Jarvis in the final. I mean, a win here gets you 450,000 VC. That's the way you got to look at this game. I want to know what's at stake.
I have no doubt
in the grand final.
Yeah, that winner will be the happiest of them all, but you are correct indeed. 450,000 VC for first and second. Sometimes they say that being the runner-up, you know, is you'd rather be third because you just knew you weren't quite good enough. Here, third is a distinct drop-off indeed.
Shot from the outside, Middleton. Makes it a 3-point game. Aaron Rose, 37 years old, from Virginia. He's actually a poet, has his own YouTube channel. I'll have to go check that out. One-point game now. LeBron pushes it back to 3. Aaron Rose has won some ESL tournaments in the past. Quite the gamer. And he's a win away from getting to the grand final.
I said that third was a distinct drop-off. 200,000 VC. You'd be quite happy for a few hours of your time to walk away with that. But when it's over double in that grand final, and of course, the custom court, the one of a kind in the entire world, the signed jersey, it would certainly feel bitter to taste defeat at this moment.
There's Jarvis, who's waiting in the grand final. He's also from the DMV area, so if Air Jose can happen to get through to the final, it'll be a all DMV. DC, Maryland, Virginia area. And that's taken. Middleton gets it back from Hill. He'll drive to the paint. And there is an open George Hill. Can't hit. That's maybe where you're hoping a DiVincenzo or Grayson Allen is on the other end. And wow! Big move there from AD. Here comes Allen. Gets it off to George Hill. Turns the corner. The problem is you can't shoot it on LeBron. He will chase you down.
Did the right thing in kicking it to the corner, looking for the three instead, but a little bit of mistiming is all it takes for that not to go in, and then you're looking at being punished at the other end. You know what's coming. The drive inside, the source, the roll, and the finish. 5-point lead once more.
23-18, lower bracket final. Win in advance, lose, go home. Hill working at the top. Gets it off to Allen. Allen. I will tell you this, he's got room in the mid-range. He just has to stop and hit it. Trying to get to the rim, and that's just something that you can't do on LA unless you got an incredible finisher. And I'm talking big-time dunks. I'm not talking layups. There's a lot of layup guys on this Milwaukee team. AD, bang!
Aaron.
Oh, and the steal.
Where's this been? He maybe is holding it out for these key games. Goodness me, that was deep, but it was sweet. And a 10-point lead, looking even bigger considering the circumstances.
DiVincenzo gets it off to Giannis, and we got an 8-point game. And AD once again back to the rim. 11-2 is the difference here in the second quarter so far, Nate.
Little runs, little bits of momentum all add up in the end. We've seen few comebacks, I think it's fair to say, in this tournament. If a competitor has been on top, sure, the scores might become level or close enough, but then that original competitor gets back on top. We're talking about Zay when these pair last met is exactly what happened. At the moment, Aaron is enjoying the better rub of the green.
10-point game. And that's blocked. Wide open, and Patty. He'll knock it in. Take a 7-point game. Here's Westbrook. Westbrook, right to the rim. And that's what Milwaukee doesn't have, a guy like that.
And LA have about 4 of them.
32-23. It's quiet in virtual Milwaukee. There's some lady yelling in the background.
I love the virtual crowd so much. We had the Warriors down earlier, and all of the Bay Area was booing them quite loudly, indeed, loudly through my headset. I don't know if the competitors listen to the volume themselves. A lot of competitors will listen to music as they play, try and block out any of those bad vibes. But certainly right now, the Wisconsin faithful looking for a bit more.
Yeah, that's the first on Carmelo Anthony. 9-point differential. Drew Holiday. And he'll finish at the rim. That was Giannis. We are in these remote worlds. Getting the feeds remotely. And here's DiVincenzo. Just takes a lot of discipline to not use turbo and get in the mid-range and hit the shot. That's that next comp level that both these players can take.
And certainly, and as you said, there's no dunkers. There's just a bunch of players effective
Shooters.
at layups and maybe some close shot if you are inside the perimeter. And it's not going to work against this LA side. And on the other end, the exact same thing is the tactic, the result that's punishing you.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it right there. Carmelo Anthony just takes DiVincenzo into the paint and just post hooks over him. That's easy money. 34-27. Milwaukee needs some stops. And Rose has been so efficient. That's good defense right there. And AD not fooled by the virtual crowd. And what a rebound. That's DiVincenzo in there coming out with it.
Crowd started that count a good 5 seconds earlier. I'm like, that's not even close. Rent free in my head.
DiVincenzo. We got a 4-point game, Nate.
Yeah, Zay responds to the silence, brings out some big threes. I was going to say some big stops, not on that occasion. Every time he gets so close, AD seems to punish him once more.
Still a 2-possession game. 13 points now for Anthony Davis. And the Lakers will use a timeout with 44 seconds to go here in the half. Of course, Zay, just 19 years old from North Carolina. And he says he just loves playing video games and having fun.
Isn't that what we're here for? We've talked about the prize pool, as we should. Fantastic to have PlayStation rewarding these competitors for their time and hard work. But if you can't tell by our enthusiasm, it's wonderful to see the beautiful game being played. And certainly in NBA 2K22, we're getting that variety we've been craving.
Here's Middleton. Off to Zay as he's controlling Bobby Portis. And then the three by Middleton. We had a 3-point game. LeBron, Middleton just can't. Oh, wow. Somehow got back to smother it. It looked like LeBron was by him, and then we got a foul on the other end by Dwight Howard. Will send Bobby Portis to the line.
I think you'll find it's just the stamina, LeBron running out of it as soon as he approached the rim.
And we got a 1-point game. How about this? Here comes Zay. And you're right. I think fatigue is a factor right now. And he has run that play about 1 million times today. It's just a little backdoor cut on the break. Grayson Allen among the trees. He's all alone. Just lay it in. Oh, it's blocked. Sometimes, Nate, you get caught holding down L2. I do it all the time.
Waiting for that perfect moment, but it's already passed you by, and LeBron able to get back, get more than fingertips to it. It means it stays at a 3-point game, but Zay fought back well and an early turnover.
There's a medal to Jarvis in the chat, by the way, waiting to see who's it going to be. Aaron Rose or Zay. In the paint with AD. Giannis doing a nice job defending the shot. Chance to make it a 1-point game or even tie it. DiVincenzo to the rack. That's where you got to use that right stick. You got to force these players to dunk. Some of these players on Milwaukee, if you press square, they will lay it in. There's Drew Holiday. Gets it off to Middleton. The lead is now 4, and they get a foul on Carmelo. That'll be his second. They go to Lopez. Lopez working on Howard. Maybe one more pump fake was in the cards.
Or 2 or 3, certainly not going up with that one. Never looked good. He's trying to get Lopez free in the corner. But have a look at the defense from Aaron. Switching well, leaving Giannis free.
Ooh.
But he's going to hit that midi.
Knocks down a late. Was wide open. Westbrook. Loose ball for a moment. Back out to AD. AD working down in the paint. Little drop step. Remember, it's a silver badge. They'll reset it back up to LeBron. LeBron getting a screen from Dwight Howard. And Carmelo has to force it up, and a good stop by Milwaukee. And we got a foul. It's going to be on LeBron. It's his first. The battle of the Zays. Is it Aaron Rose? Or just Zay? See that foul there by LeBron. Trying to stop the break. And here, oh boy, he had a dunk. Got baited. The paint was wide open. L2 action. Nice little drop step of the hook. We're tied at 41, Nate.
That's what we've been wanting to see, a bit more of that from Giannis at the other end. Look at that.
What just happened? Getting mashy with Monk. That's what's happening.
It's the monster mash in there.
Wide open Middleton. Bang. And just like that, Zay's got a 1-point lead. And that's a baby block. Momentum with Milwaukee. Got to keep taking good shots down here. There's a mismatch somewhere. You got AD on DiVincenzo, and there's the mismatch. It's Giannis. Dunking all over Melo. And that's a steal. Aaron getting a bit out of his game plan, starting to force it. There's another three. You got to take a timeout.
Exactly what I was about to say, Aaron. We've seen it before. He's been a little rattled at times, unable to hit three-pointers of his own, concedes a few in a row, and then just gets a little impatient. This one has not escaped him yet, but he needs to arrest back some of the momentum. Or just pass it straight out of bounds and continue the shambles. Thank you. There is the timeout. I wanted to reach in there and press the button for him. This is a huge moment in this contest. A massive turnaround and swing. The points going one way. Look at that extra pass. Westbrook drawn out. These are the times to take your moments of composure, knowing that 450,000 VC awaits for the winner of this clash.
Well, the lead is 6 all of a sudden for Zay. He trailed for the majority of the ball game. And we got 2:08 to go here in the third. And I will warn you ahead of time, there might be a plethora of timeouts coming in for Milwaukee in the next 2 minutes or so, just to try to boost that fatigue. And they'll make the final matchup adjustments. This really is everything. Just like the traditional NBA, if you have a mismatch from the get-go, they ain't going to do it. Here's Hill. Almost got past Westbrook. Westbrook takes it away. Russ out on the break. Braun's got to get out of the way. And AD gets his own rebound. He's blocked by Portis. AD gets it back and one.
Just when you think you've played some good defense on the third effort, up with it. And it ends up being 3 points conceded. That's a little heartbreaker.
Of course, you can't see the fatigue for Milwaukee, but I can tell you that Los Angeles is gassed. I don't know if you've seen some of these stand meters. Westbrook might have the most stamina out there among the team in purple and gold. And there is a pro contact dunk by Dwight Howard.
Portis, that is back-to-back plays where he has been destroyed under the rim. Need to get him out of there, contesting it a little earlier.
And three in the corner. 3-ball corner pocket for Chris Middleton. And the lead 7. It's hit 9 3-pointers now as a team. And LeBron fouled at the rim. That's a good foul.
It's a good block as well. I wonder if that was going to go in before Giannis came in and punched it clear.
And he does miss 1 of 2. Clap, clap, good foul. 55-49. Allen with a long 2. Bang. And it played for Coach K. They're in Durham. And right back is Dwight Howard. We played at Southwest Christian there in Atlanta. That's a high school team. And oh boy, can't hit with a sharp badge. Slightly early on the release, open, and you miss with the sharp badge. That's tough, Nate.
It hurts. We're having these little nail-biting moments. AD will go to work and finish comfortably there. Not only when you get punished at one end or you miss time, then when you get the easy 2 at the other, you start to feel like maybe it's not your day. What could have been a 9-point lead is a 4-point lead. Just
Here's
waiting for this
zone.
last possession. Yeah.
2-3 zone. Out to Allen, and only can have a flick up. Pass came late. And we'll head to the fourth quarter. 57-53. Zay and the Bucks up 4. Winner faces Jarvis in the finals. And that'll come up at the conclusion of this one. We will crown a winner today. They got to beat Jarvis twice. And if you have a device in that, don't lose the first game. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And Holiday rises up for the throwdown. And I guess at this point there can only be one Zay.
You see there that the Lakers, being Rose, shooting below 75% for the first time in this tournament. It's time to put that right. His theory, the practice had been take safe 2s. At the moment, there's been a few unsafe ones.
And Portis, someone's asking in chat, will it be the final as the best of 3? No, it's double elimination. So Jarvis has got to lose twice, while Jarvis has only got to win 1 game. So win it all. Still got to work some do before we get there. Just a little bit of adjustments with the on-ball screens.
If you are wondering why that is, if that might seem a little unfair, potentially you've just joined in a little later. It is because the man already in that final is yet to lose. To be eliminated from the tournament, you must lose 2 games.
A double elimination. What's up, Lynn? Good to see you in chat. 64-59. Up ahead, Dwight Howard. 3-point game. 64-61. Coming up on 3.5 to go. There's Chris Middleton. And he'll let it fly. Not a fan of the meter game. Out to Anthony. Drop step. And can't get it to go. Big rebound by Bobby Portis Jr. Yeah, that's correct, Zero Theory. In double elimination, everyone starts in the upper bracket. You lose a game, you got to head to the lower bracket. And then there's nothing lower than the lower bracket. If you lose in the lower bracket, you go get tacos and call it a good Saturday. There's LeBron. And James will scoop it in with a left hand. 1 point game now, 3 minutes to go. Getting close to bomb spaghetti time.
I've been biting my nails, to be honest, since the second quarter. I'm not even participating, let alone these gentlemen. How must they be feeling? A few mismatches out there. You saw LeBron a good 5-6 inches over his man. It was going to be easy. And now the potential stop at the other end if they get the board, and they do.
Oh, the leak out from LeBron. The only question here for LA as they take a 1 point lead is, do they have enough stam? I mean, they're really starting to get low. A lot of minutes out there for a veteran LA team. They got to run some plays here if you're Milwaukee. Your offense can't be DiVincenzo take it in on 3 Hall of Famers. That cannot be the game plan.
But it can be. You're just not going to like how it goes.
Here's Dwight Howard. You got to get a stop here if you're Zay. LeBron off the Melo. Oh, and a rebound. That's Dwight Howard off to AD. He gets his own board. And Milwaukee's going to call timeout. 1:36 to go. And Aaron's come all the way back to seize a 3-point lead.
There is the benefit of all that height for the Lakers, even when good defense was played, even when they were clamped trying to drive inside late. They get the first board, the second board, and then what ended up being an easy 2, forcing the Bucks and Zay to time out and ponder what they can do to keep themselves in this contest.
Well, Milwaukee with the ball down 3. They have 1 timeout remaining. Aaron and the Lakers with 2. That's got to be a shot. And Lopez knocks it down. 1 point game. Milwaukee's got to get some rebounds. They're getting stops, but they can't get the board. And that is a snatch block by Freak. Giannis going crazy. He's working on LeBron. And Milwaukee's got the lead. Giannis
Absolutely
is down.
Huge. Giannis at both ends, dramatically so.
Oh, and right back because LeBron, he noticed that Giannis was on the floor. That probably should have been a foul, and we got it. Hooping the harm on AD, and Giannis will head to the line with a chance to make it a 2-point lead. This game's getting crazy. And he makes it. An early 63 drops. Here comes LeBron. Gassed, as you can see. Right to the rim, we're tied. 71 apiece.
How are you feeling, Twitch chat? Hold on to your seats. This is going to be epic.
Giannis, boy, they got one in the air. Wide open Middleton. Huge 3. 74-71. Melo turns it over, maybe. Picked up by Lopez, and they foul him. Clear path, Nate.
You wonder if he's trying to pick up the loose ball or whether it was just a rush of blood to the head. It is huge at this stage of the game, and
wow.
yet.
And he makes the second. It is a 2-possession game now, and you have the ball. That was a big free throw. You almost got a foul if you're LA here. DiVincenzo. There's a chance to... Boom! 78-71, Zay. like the Undertaker rising from the ashes. And he's going to get a rematch with Jarvis in the final. Wow. That clear path pretty much did him in.
I still feel like the opportunity was there to either foul nice and early or simply step up on the three-point shot. Neither occurred.
Oh, baby.
And it's fallen apart right at the end. It is so cruel for poor Aaron, who of course now has lost to Zay twice.
GG's in the chat. It's going to be Zay, the 19-year-old from North Carolina. Is going to be taking on Jarvis, who's playing in his first ever PlayStation tournament. 79-71, grand final. We know it's set now. Scott Cole, Nate Patrick back with you. It will be Jarvis and Zay once again, but Zay's got to win twice. He's already lost to Jarvis early in the tournament. But hey, a little momentum. Momentum's a real thing, Nate.
We've talked about the player stamina. How are our competitors going? How are you going watching on from home? It has been huge from Zay to come back, fight back time and time again. He, of course, had to do it in this clash behind at times significantly from the Lakers. That lead was 10, but he kept on fighting back.
You got to give a tip of cap to Aaron Rose, battling all day long. And he goes back and forth. They lost the lead. They got the lead back. They lost it again. It really had everything you would want. And it's a typical basketball game. When it came down to it, big plays here in the second half by Zay. And I kept telling you, Nate, I felt like LA was running out of gas. And when your stam gets low, your players just aren't very effective.
Particularly finishing inside, but also then in getting out to block those three-point shots, although the Lakers and Aaron had that lead for so long and to quite an extent. You're right, the stamina ran out, so did the luck. And Zay believed in that three-point shooting ability, no matter how much the momentum plays came out, the big blocks, who knows what else he had to battle against. He continually knocked down big shots, and that's the reason he's got himself to this grand final. What about that snatch
and finish
at the other end?
That was huge. And you mentioned the finish. There it is. We had a clear path. We had a hoop and a harm right here. Foul on AD. That would put him up one. And this final minute, LeBron would tie us up at 71 apiece. Giannis and LeBron just going back and forth. But this three ball by Chris Middleton. And then the clear path. And that was all she wrote. Zay knew he was in the driver's seat with a chance at maybe some redemption. There's the dagger there by DiVincenzo, and you can see the bracket. We know who's going to be in the grand final. It's Jarvis, who has yet to lose a game, and Zay, who came up from the lower bracket, maybe a chance at redemption. And there's the matchup. Jarvis has only lost one game this whole tournament. Zay has lost two, but it's got to be Zay winning twice to take home the grand final. Jarvis has only got to win one game. He'll get the court by Cam Reddish. He'll get a Cam Reddish signed jersey, 450,000 VC. And I tell you what, we welcome back in Shakedown. I know you've been watching this whole tournament. That was the game of all games right there.
The battle of the Zays. I like it. That snatch block was it. It was everything. And little do you guys know, I was warming up myself in the rec center playing a game, and we were in overtime. And I had to leave overtime to watch the end of that game. That's how hot that series was right there, the battle of the Zays. And I feel bad for my team because I don't know if we won or not. I'm gonna get some messages later.
Well, hey, those AIs aren't bad. I'll be honest with you. They're pretty good on defense.
My AI isn't bad. I know that.
your AI's got good tendies. Okay, I got you. We're talking about this final. I know you've been watching. We started off with Ja Reese. I mean, he is something else. He was trolling early. He's been all business since.
It's Ja Reese and Zay again. The same matchup that I saw when we started this. So it's only right that it comes down to those two once again, because the two games that I'm watching, that I'm involved in, are the most important. Absolutely.
Well, we're getting ready, Nate. I mean, who do you think will win? We're asking the chat as well. Will it be Ja Reese? Will it be Zay? I mean, you got to be leaning toward Ja, but hey, maybe Zay's got a little bit of belief after that last game.
I love the way that Zay continues to back himself. I know he's going into this as the underdog, but clearly the back-to-back games are working in his favor. The hands are warm. He's ready. Maybe the underdog can, have a little bit of bite in this grand final.
Well, the big question, Shake, is who is Ja Reese going to bring out? We've seen the Warriors. We've seen the Lakers. He's gone Lakers back-to-back. I think the Lakers cause the most matchup concerns, especially if you're going to face Milwaukee. I don't think the Warriors can guard Giannis at all. So you almost have to come back with Anthony Davis.
Ja Reese is a monster. That's the first thing that has to be established. If you're coming in late, Ja Reese is a monster. But Zay is in rhythm. He's in rhythm right now. And I'm looking at the underdog right now. I'm thinking that he's found his rhythm. I'm thinking we might see an upset.
We got a lot of Hawks fans out there, a lot of Cam Reddish fans that are watching. Who's going to win this unique court by Cam Reddish? Of course, a signed jersey by Cam as well. And we had him on a little bit earlier as he was tipping the cap, saying good luck to these competitors. And now we know the final two. It will be Ja Reese taking on Zay. They're getting ready to go. I mean, you've been here in some of these big games, Shake. What are you thinking before a big matchup where basically it's win or go home?
Absolutely. I think the only thing you can be thinking is just to stay focused, no distractions, and keep your head in the game. And just constantly think about what you can do to create more havoc on the court for your opposition, for the opponents. Just try to make everything, mix it up, change your strategy. Don't try to make everything so obvious, because everybody's been watching you this whole time. So have some tricks up your sleeve still.
Hey, we're having some people in the chat saying this is going to be a blowout. Ja Reese is hard to stop.
Come on,
I believe in a little bit
Settle
of momentum. I mean, what do you think? I mean, if you're Ja Reese, the worst thing you can do here, Nate, is say, oh, well, I got 2 games to play with. I don't think you can do that. I think you got to come out and play it like it's a 1-game final. I mean, deep in your mind that you do have a second game with a double elimination. But if you're Ja, I think you want to end this right here.
He's not sleeping on this opportunity, Trust. He's been in the chat talking about us, about the games, about the competitors that he might be facing. He is primed and ready, make no doubt about that.
Well, it's his first ever PlayStation tournament, Shake. We surveyed the players earlier on in the day, asked him all these kind of questions. He's like, hey, this is my first one. It's working out so far.
Something motivated him. To join in, and I gotta say, it's been a fun to watch, and I'm excited for him. I'm excited for both competitors. I want to see who's gonna come out on top. But if this is your first opportunity to win, make the best of it.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're sitting there watching at home. There's all kind of games that you can compete in these PlayStation tournaments. Compete.playstation.com. You're sitting there and be like, well, I've never played a tournament before. Well, that's what was happening with Zay. Zay, I mean, he's got a little bit of tournament experience. And then when you look at Ja Reese, who certainly has been the best we've seen all day. I mean, he's playing in his first ever PlayStation tournament with a chance to take it home with a whole bunch of goodies. So he's got to be feeling pretty confident right now himself. And here we go. Along with Shakedown, Nate Patrick, I'm Sky Cole. Let's tip it off. It's the grand final. Bucks and Lakers, and we will be at the virtual Staples Center. And, of course, here's the customary timeout to set the actual lineups. And LeBron already looks tired.
Yeah, he does. And you said it right in the end of that last game, when these veteran players get fatigued. It's even worse for them because they're so good, but their fatigue is going to deplete much faster.
Yeah, you know, LA's, you know, when you're playing with the Lakers, you got to get a sizable lead and then sit them. You know, you got to bring those other guys off the bench to give you some sort of relief, especially in the third quarter. And he played pretty much pretty much played LeBron the entire game. That'll come back and bite you if you're playing the Lakers. I don't see that from Ja Reese. He's done a very good job at managing the lineup, which is really half the battle, Shake.
Absolutely. And this is where it gets scary. So we see he's not going back to the Warriors. He's obviously using the Lakers for a reason. He's found his stroke with the Lakers for sure.
Starts it off with a three. That's the tough thing about Zay is he just played somebody that basically just mashes the paint the entire game. Now he's going to play with someone that's not afraid to go inside or out. And that's blocked. I'm telling you, LeBron can block some shots. And if he doesn't block it, AD is going to block it. And Ariza steps into one. Milwaukee just looks small against this Lakers team. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's DiVincenzo. I was saying Shake earlier, he looks like a baby out there. He's 6'4".
Yeah, it's true. The Lakers have a lot of big players. A lot of long arms, clogging up that passing lane.
Even Giannis looks kind of regular going up against this Lakers team.
This is going to be the marquee matchup for sure. I told you guys earlier, I wanted to see the Milwaukee Bucks show up and show out. So he's found his timing even with Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, it's crazy. 6-2. Here's Middleton. Giannis. And Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
Ariza. So he's got to be careful here.
He's got to get those nervous jitters out of the way. He's taking some questionable shots already.
And that's blocked by Anthony Davis. I'm not a big fan of playing off ball, but you're going to see a lot of off ball by Anthony Davis. By Zay. Gets it out to LeBron. He's timed it perfectly.
Has he not timed something perfectly yet?
He's got that LeBron shot down, I can tell you that. Something tells me when he's playing online, you know, just against randoms, he just goes crazy with LeBron.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of shots with LeBron. I've seen him in a couple games earlier. Other people taking shots with LeBron too. And once you get it down, then he becomes the most dangerous player on the court because he can't be stopped going to the rim nor on the perimeter. This should be an easy bucket here.
I don't think it's too bad without the meter. As you see a meter shot from the corner because that LeBron shot comes way back. You can almost tell when you need to let go. It doesn't look good.
A lot of work with LeBron. This is going to be tough.
Are you happy that he picked the Lakers then, Shake? I was wondering, would you have preferred him to pick the Warriors?
Well, I think that he saw something with the other. I mean, for sure, I would have thought the Warriors, just because of the way he played them the first game, I thought it would have been really scary for anybody else to match up against those Warriors. But I think he wanted to move away from the quote-unquote cheese, you know, or the meta, or the left righting with Steph Curry. He wanted to prove something else, that he can do it with another team that has a pretty deep roster. So I like the change.
Well, we did see somebody bring out the Warriors against Zay earlier in the tournament. And I will tell you, Drew Holiday with gold menace and gold clamps is a problem. He's hard to left-right against. Look at this bomb.
And that's
good.
good.
LeBron hits another three.
It's already getting out of control.
Yeah, he's doubled him up.
Do you think Ja Reese is sitting around watching these games, or do you think he's practicing?
He was in the chat. No, he was in the chat. He's locked in. I mean, he's making the scouting report. Another loose ball. This should be a dunk for LeBron. Oh my goodness. There's the badge.
See, that score right there is going to shake the confidence. So Zay's really gotta get his head in the game right now.
Lopez. See, he probably should have taken that three. He's just all out of sorts. There's Giannis. He's L2 in his way. Through the lane, and he made it. Wow,
That's tough.
35%.
I'd like to see
tough one,
Giannis moving to the rim as opposed to posting to the rim, because he just has that advantage.
I got a bad habit of using L2, and that was an L2 kind of move right there. This time he goes right down there. That's what you're talking about. Gets his own rebound and able to score with 1.4 to make it an 8-point game.
He's gonna have to drop 50 points. He's gonna have to drop 50 points with Giannis in order to win this game for sure.
After
Like
one,
that.
20 to
True
12.
finals.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to dominate. I think what you're saying, like Giannis would do in real life in this situation.
True finals tradition, yeah, for sure.
$20 to 12. And that'll fall.
That is the best run play he's done so far.
Let's see what the Lakers draw up. Oh, my goodness. Too strong. Got away with one.
That slasher takeover is very deceiving. And there we go with a big steal.
And he'll green it. Yeah, takeover's all about the boost to the attributes.
You definitely get a +5 to your 3-ball in your mid-range. So LeBron he's definitely capable of hitting these shots now.
And LeBron head of steam. Oh my goodness. 25-14. I don't think he wants to see a game 2. He wants to one and done. And boom. Bobby Portis trying to keep him in it.
He's running a lot of plays, a lot of pick and rolls, and he's mixing it up.
Shooting nearly 70% from the field, up 11 now.
That was a nice switch back on defense. Near steal.
And there's LeBron. You know, the crazy thing is, the entire day, did we not see two teams play each other? We didn't see the double matchup at all today. You thought you'd see Lakers versus Lakers at least once.
Yeah, that's
We were talking about it. Yeah, with Park, I guess the variety of builds that you have, I think it extends certainly to Play Now and other formats. You can play 2K22 your way. There's going to be players that do what you want to do, and you can make it work. I think it's a little too early to call. It's just that Jarvis can make anything work, particularly that LBJ jumper.
Oh yeah, much needed pause.
33-16. Wow.
Oh man.
See what changes he makes here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see this get out of hand too early, or he's gonna start having that panic game where he just starts going crazy and playing hero ball.
Well, he's got to hedge these. He's got to hedge these screens, because it's LeBron's getting wide open shots right now.
I don't want to forget about the turnovers. Jarvis is definitely clogging the passing lanes, and he's playing really well, getting a lot of steals with LeBron James.
And here's the replay montage of LeBron going nuts. And King James is feeling it, as is Jarvis. This is his first tournament ever. And he had confidence. You know, Shake, we asked him, what's your greatest achievement in your comp gaming career? He says, probably this one. It's my first tournament. After I win this, it'll be my greatest achievement since it's his first. So, I mean, he came in thinking, hey, I'm going to win this tournament.
The first of many to come.
It's been real tough.
Nothing like winning a tournament like this to boost your confidence. I'm expecting to see him again in future tournaments.
Yeah, Patty C knocks one down. It's going to have to be a barrage of threes for Milwaukee the rest of the way. And Russ will lay it in.
That's mini LeBron right there. He's got 2 LeBrons on the court. Now, there can only be one king, though.
It looks like one team works out a lot, and the other team doesn't work out too often, as Allen gets blocked. And Melo in transition. Oh, my goodness. Bottoms.
Every time he gets a turnover or a steal, it's an immediate bucket, an immediate three-point shot, too.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's not just that he scores, it's that he pulls up the 3. Don't worry about taking it inside for the easy 2. This man is confident.
He's going for the kill early.
And I think you learn when you play the Lakers that you got to get up early. Look for him to rest some of these guys in the third quarter. There's AD. Oh, boy.
Oh, he's having fun already. He's already having fun. Look at this. Oh, yeah. You saw this. You saw this in the first game.
That's me done. Like, I'm not one for quitting out early, but if I'm on the receiving end of that, I'm pretty close to saying, yep, what's on TV?
Agreed. Once you start seeing Anthony Davis,
20.
Isolation Davis. Oh, man.
Here we go again.
In and out. There's Bobby Portis, who looks like a rec center player out there against AD. And Grayson Allen.
Oh,
ahead of the line for 2.
That's tough. He doesn't really have any go-to jump shooters other than Middleton on the court right now. So he doesn't have anybody that he can really count on. He's got Grayson Allen trying to get a bucket.
I know, it's been Allen and DiVincenzo as like his go-to take it to the hoopers. That ain't it. Here's Melo right before the buzzer. The lead's going to be 20 here at the half. And we're 10 minutes away of gameplay.
That's tough.
From Ja Reese winning the whole thing.
2 quarters away. Autographed jersey.
Custom court, 450,000 VC. That's a lot of virtual coppers.
I wonder if he's gonna show some sportsmanship in the fourth quarter, or we're gonna see some more of those Ja Reese antics, shenanigans.
46-23. Giannis, no.
Denied. See, that's that panic mode right there. I saw a panic shot coming.
There's Giannis working out of the corner. He's going to have to force it up.
He's not even going to, get it off. It's, unfortunately, from where we're seated, very visible that the ideas are not there. You talked about it, Sheikh. The three-point shooters are not there on the floor. Giannis can't get inside. It's hard to know where the next bucket is going to come from.
48-23. Wow.
He has exposed every weakness Zay had in his defense. And now he can just have fun. And Zay is still trying to figure it out. He's trying to put the puzzle together. Got a three-point shot.
Finally hits a 3.
From Drew Holiday.
There's LeBron.
It's just too easy. He's kicking out of a wide open dunk.
It's like
That's
the varsity playing the middle school team.
Oh, watch out,
Look at
Chris.
this mismatch.
50-26 now.
Yeah, it's obvious Ja came to win this and go home. He's not wasting any time here.
He's been dominant. Closest game we had is the first game that he let. I mean, he was up 20-something and let that one be close.
And he's scoring pretty quick in the shot clock, too. He's not, it's not taking him 15 to 20 seconds to score.
He's going to put up 100. Yeah, there's a little way to go to do that.
I hope he's recording these matchups.
And that'll go out of bounds, Milwaukee ball.
He gets that one back, but with Giannis, I think the Lakers are the perfect foil. You see, when the switch is generated, then what? It means there's no AD, but there's LeBron. It's not much of a better situation. And considering he can hit his threes at the other end, Jarvis is in complete control.
Well, that's the way you got to know where to kick, right? I mean, you get the advantage is you can get Giannis into the paint, but then you got to know where the kick is for the three. You can't make that read.
Yeah, he's so good that he makes people double team Russell Westbrook out on the corner three-point line. He was able to
54-26. I mean, we're closing in on 30, gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Giannis straightaway three. No, sir. Switch over to our other feed here, and you see Carmelo dropping
Anthony.
it down. Now looking from Zay's view.
I believed in the underdog. I really did. I wanted to see something.
But we talked about this, Shake, earlier. Like, you got to run plays. You can't come down here and hope to ISO a player like Jarvis.
No. And he's probably the best I've seen in between the passing lanes. So you really can't panic pass either. You can't just dart the ball off when you get into some trouble. Everything has to be precise.
Yeah, these are just default sets. I mean, no movement.
That was a good play there. He's got an open dunk. That worked out.
Leads 28, though.
He's going to ISO
Final
Melo.
minute of the third.
He had an easy lob to LeBron James, but he wants to ISO Melo.
Oh, you got the post-score badge.
Got to do
Fades
it.
for days.
I think Jarvis just wants us all to realize that he's not just a Steph Curry left-right cheeser. He's not a rim runner running to the rim and dunking with LeBron James. He has a little bit of everything in his bag.
And he's done it inside, outside. All
defense.
three levels of the game. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That was a mercy play right there. Okay. All right. I don't know if
Final
there's much
seconds
he
of
can
the
do.
third. Nope. And we'll have 0.6 to shoot. Couple substitutions. I think both players are just riding this one out. Normally, this is where you get, oh, baby.
Jarvis. He is not riding anything out. He's like, look, I'm going to prove something here. He's sending a message. These are shock waves.
Well, he's done that a time or two. Mm-hmm. He drug him all the way out and then almost made like a more than a 90-degree cut back to the hoop.
What a crazy dominant third quarter. Jarvis only missed one shot in the third period. Immediately afterwards, he stole it back with AD and went and dunked again. He is ruthless.
68-36. George Hill.
Well, you wanted the Lakers. You were hoping to see the Lakers, and this is them in final form. They're like in Super Saiyan mode right here because they're just dominating. This is incredible.
And Zay has put his bench players in. I mean, I'm talking the bottom of the bench. We'll see if Jarvis does the same or does he keep pouring it on. AD playing against some created character.
I think if you are going to see some subs or different players for the Lakers, it would only be because of stamina. I know you've brought it up quite a few times, Mr. Cole, but LeBron, AD, and a few others are well and truly gassed out there. It may well be time to let them have their well-deserved rest.
And that might be the only reason you don't use the Lakers online. It's just from a... It takes a lot to keep these guys gassed up.
As long as
you're up 28,
yeah. If you can get that lead up early, like you said earlier, you get that lead up early, it's a wrap.
That's why I don't understand when you saw Brooklyn. Like I would never play all the big three at the same time.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah,
Mix it up.
Bring Irvin off when you need to.
That could
Harden's
definitely
probably
work.
the better ISO player, probably.
I didn't see
Bring him off
anybody
the bench.
truly take advantage of Kyrie Irving's ISO game.
Nope.
Once he gets going, he's...
Oh, my goodness. We're done. 73-43. Dwight Howard hit a three.
Was that
Green.
Dwight Howard?
Green.
Oh, no.
It was.
Yeah. Green.
Okay, so,
Green.
that's curtains right there.
It's one of the few players out there with a lower three-point rating than Giannis. I feel like that's yet another point proved. You couldn't hit them with
He's
Giannis.
taking multiple. Oh, man, that would have been tough if he would have made that one. That would have broke my
43.
confidence, too. And I'm not even in the game.
I don't know if he can hit it off the dribble. Now, he hit it on a catch and shoot. Off the dribble is a different game. And you got to tip your cap to Zay. I mean, it's tough coming through that lower bracket. But he's going to end up losing multiple games to Jarvis. Fought his way back, as I said, through that lower bracket to get a chance here. But Jarvis just too powerful.
Oh, yeah. He was the clear front runner from the beginning. I'm glad I saw that first game.
He was dominant that first game. But I think with the Lakers, he's even more dominant.
It's scary.
It's an all-star team.
They have everything. They have every weapon in the arsenal. So you can do just about anything with them.
I say the only thing they probably don't have is a just pure three-point shooter. If you need to get a three, where do you get it?
Who's your go-to guy? That was our question right at the start. And I think he just went and proved he doesn't need a pure three-point shooter. I'll do it with AD. I'll do it with LeBron. And I'll try to do it with Dwight Howard. But he's made what he had at his disposal work. And he's one of the few competitors, I think, around the world that could make that happen with the Lakers.
Well, it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. Zay's not leaving empty-handed. He's taking home 450,000 VC. I don't know if he's a my team player or he likes to get in the park or a little bit of both, but he's going to have plenty of VC to play with. And, of course, Jarvis not only gets the big VC as well, but gets the custom Cam Reddish court. It's the Cam Reddish signed jersey. And what a way to celebrate tipping off the NBA season. Just a few days from now, Shake.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to say, he was a clear example of someone who is just really good at the game. He doesn't necessarily need to have the best three-point shooters in his arsenal. He could just do work with everyone from every position. As we've seen him ISOing with every player. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he could sub in a whole bench squad and start doing some work.
Well,
Congratulations.
75-48. Jarvis is your winner here on PlayStation 4. Not losing a game throughout this entire bracket. And we welcome you back into the command center. Scott Cole along with Nate Patrick. Shakedown hanging out at the end. And hey, no question who won the court. It's Jarvis and Shake. I mean, what more can we say about the guy? Just pure domination throughout the day.
Absolutely. I'm happy for him. I'm excited to see more from him in the future. I want to see him. I want to see that name, in these circuits again, because this guy's really good. And I want to know if there's anybody else out there brave enough to take him on, because Zay actually fought his way through that lower bracket. He had a lot of fight in him, but this guy, Jarvis, is the truth.
Yeah, I mean, Zay's just 19 years old. As we take a look at the replays, it got ugly quick here, Nate. If you have young children watching, you might want to turn them away, because this gets really scary as we move on.
It's always a family-friendly game, but goodness gracious me, when it comes to basketball violence, it got one-sided. And quick, you never want to call it in a grand final, but the signs were there from that first quarter. There were back-to-back LeBron steals. He had another late on in the second. He was just emphatic in every department. Like, Shake, if you had to try and find a weakness in his game, where on earth would you start?
I would start in trying to find a way to sabotage his controllers, because it seemed like here's a guy who practiced with the Lakers and had the timing down with everyone on the team. And I saw at least a green release with everybody right there. We saw a double team on Russell Westbrook, and for good reason, because he's just that good, and you have to respect that, and you have to guard the three when this guy has the ball.
Well, it was crazy. You knew when LeBron had 12 straight points there in the first quarter, it was GG's. Jarvis all the way through. Beat Dorita early in our opening game. Took care of Don Vito, and then back-to-back versus Zay. Once again, a tip of the cap to Zay and all our competitors. They won a lot of EC. They got some custom courts, but only Jarvis won the Cam Reddish court and the signed jersey. Nate, some final thoughts from you, my friend.
Just a big thank you to all the competitors who put on a show for us. We've been here before, Scott, and we've enjoyed ourselves, but I think it's fair, and we're not just saying this has been the most entertainment we've had yet. Sure, we had a true champion and a dominant display, but we had different teams, different play styles, and people showing us that 2K22 can be played your way.
Well, Shakedown, I hear you maybe have a YouTube channel out there. Is that new? Are you starting to get into content creation? What do you got going on?
Shakedown 2012 is the YouTube channel. We've got tutorials, top 10s. We've got everything you can think of related to 2K's NBA 2K22, 2K Sports. We do a whole lot of fun things on that channel. Engage with the community. We do all kinds of events. I'm trying to put some things together on current gen and next gen. I'm on both consoles, Xbox and PlayStation, but I'm everywhere. I try to make myself as useful and as approachable and reachable as possible. So reach out to me. I'm around.
Well, I appreciate both of you insight, gentlemen. It's been a good one. And we want to thank all the fans out there and those that competed. And that's what it's all about. From getting on YouTube channels and trying to get better. It's all about competing. And you can do that at compete.playstation.com. We've got so many more NBA 2K22 tournaments coming up. But there is a plethora of games out there that you can get involved in and sign up on both PlayStation 4 and 5. For all the folks here, Nate, Shakedown, and everybody working behind the scenes. Of course, we want to thank the great folks at PlayStation for another amazing tournament. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time right here on the PlayStation Tournament. Gives it back to LeBron and one. James. Lopez screens a three. Working against Curry, yeah, there's no need. He's working on LeBron. And Milwaukee's got the lead. And Melo in transition. Oh my goodness.
PlayStation